see, but we'll take it. Alright, hello, computer, hello, Daniel. Welcome to what isn't a long stream. It's basically, as all of my streams are, a test stream of a test stream of a test stream. I was going to have some cool stuff this time around. I was going to have, like, an intro screen and music and stuff, and that hasn't happened. So, here we are. Yeah, no worries, but I'm gonna multitask anyway, because I am literally, there's no, like, reason to stream this. Isn't the previous save from the last time that I did this. This is literally just, like, random GT4, and that's sort of what it is. We're gonna do a race on Tahiti Maze in a Hyundai, to prove how completely, like, nothing this is. This is literally just a save that I've been playing for the last couple of weeks. I think I'm on like 32% completion. I'm not really going for anything particular because I know how hellish this game is to play through. But yeah, no, we're here to sort of see how we do. Obviously streaming at a weird time. But yeah, sort of streaming to see if 1.2 video is worthy now. Yeah, 1.2 video. God, the worst bit is that 1.2 video is... How old is that 1.2 video now? It's like a... How old's the build? I was in like July? September? Something like that. I think you should send me another build of 1.2. That's what I think. You know. But no, it's looking good. I'm quite excited. It seems like all systems are... go on that. The only problem is it's going to launch about 8 days after I go back to work, so I can't milk it for all it's worth, but nevertheless. Yeah, I can see the cooking is definitely for realsies. No Hyundai accent in Spec in 1.2. Very disappointing for all of the 5 people who like like the Hyundai accent. Hot Lap Classic A-Spec is coming this year. That's all I can say. It's coming this year, and it's coming after all the vanilla content's done. I think that's sort of the fairest way to do it, because then, like, everyone can gauge what the quickest and slowest on the wall ride the shit out of this, because I don't care. Yeah, I think that's like the fairest way of doing it, with like all the vanilla content and stuff, so everyone can find out what the quickest vanilla car is, and then we can get into what's there. How much is left? I recorded, what is it, episode 511 the other day, which is coming out towards the end of Jan, so there's 642 cars total, 511, so we're basically in the last 130. I think it's, yeah, it's almost, well, it's over a quarter done now, I think. Or, sorry, about 25% to go. So, I have worked it out. That brings us to an end time, 1 per day. That brings us to an end time of May, I think. So there's going to be the final episode in May. Then there is, if I remember to do this, because I've put it off for so long now, I may as well like wait until the end of the run. It's going to come out in May, and then there's going to be 6 compilation videos of every single episode wrapped up into one. So it's going to be like cars 1 to 100, 100, 101 to 200, 201 to 300, 401 to 500, and then so on and so forth. I think that's the way that's going to work. And then eventually all the A-Spec cars are going to run. Then there's going to be every A-Spec car, that's going to be its own separate huge video. Even though there's like well over like 100 and odd cars, I don't even know if that's going to be like short enough to upload onto YouTube, and then we go from there. And we see how we do from there. So that's it. So May, basically. at current trajectory, may. Yes. So they're going to be in the overall leaderboard. That's all fine. I'm just going to get all the vanilla content done first. So get all the vanilla content, then everyone's got the full leaderboard of how everything goes vanilla. We can archive the vanilla leaderboard, and then we can add to it. And then, as far as I'm concerned, once that's done, like, literally, sky's the limit. Like, do whatever you want, pretty much. I still haven't... I quite like your 1999 cutoff, to be honest. So I don't know if I'm going to have a similar cutoff for cars going around, or maybe that until GT2 Spec 2, you know, the better Spec 2 comes out. Although this one's still pretty good. Hello, Aurora. Final episode will be the Escudo. The final episode will not be the Escudo. I can tell you that. I know exactly what the final car is going to be. You're not... Well, I think it's something that people could figure out very easily what the final car is going to be. But I think a lot of people will be surprised by what the final car is going to be. The Escudo hasn't ran yet as a 511. I'll tell you that for free. I did see someone say, like, oh, that's going to be, like, the final car, or, like, the second to last, or whatever. It isn't. The Escudo, I don't know when that's going to run, but it's going to run before 640. It's going to run in a gap between 511 and 630, basically. Somewhere in there. I have thought about leaving that as, like, the second to last car, but... No, I know exactly what the final car is going to be. I've known what the final car is going to be since the start of the series, pretty much. So, yeah, that should give you a clue as to what it is. It's not a particularly special car. It's, you know, it's pretty sort of, well, it's a Gran Turismo car. It's pretty sort of normal. But, yeah, that's what it's going to be. And then, like I say, we've got a couple of choices. Sort of what's going to run in that gap. But anyways, once that final car runs, we're going to have those compilation videos, and then we should run straight into the Spec bunch, which, judging by your guys' progress at the moment, Spec might take us to the end of the year. At the very least, I think it's what, 100 and... how many odd cars now? I think we counted up before, it was somewhere in the region of 180. You've definitely added more since then. So I think that's going to probably take us to the end of the year, I would imagine. And then maybe Spec 2. It is not a race car. It is a standard humdrum vehicle. And that's all I'll say on it, because, you know, surprises and stuff. But, yeah. I mean, there's other stuff as well. To be honest with you, this stream, if it wasn't GT4, was going to be a stream on the Dreammaker mod to see if there's anything really worth covering in that. I think there's a couple of things, but I don't know. Dreammaker's a bit of a difficult one, because I know not a lot of people are particular fans of that mod, and also, you know, I feel like the cars have got to be significantly different to what we already have. At the very least, they need like new logos and a reason to exist. And I think a lot of the cars I've seen, stuff like the Toyota Celica WRC that's in that mod, isn't like an actual like WRC car or anything. It's just like a white version. I'm fairly certain WRC is what the export market GT4s were called. I think that's what that is. Well, there's some cool stuff in there, like the Lantis A-Spec and the NSX Zanardi edition is pretty cool as well. So, I don't know, we'll see. But there's some stuff in that mod that I'd potentially cover. Live 1.2 vid. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I think my move on that, I think, would be to do... I don't know, how would I go about that? I feel like, okay, I've got it. So the way I'd go about that is you do like a 1.2 first impressions sort of thing. And then you do like a full, basically the 1.2 first impressions is a case of like getting all the cars, testing them, going around in them, stuff like that. and then the actual 1.2 video would be where I sort of do very similar to what I did before, where you sort of go through all of it essentially. So I already have every single car. I can document it. I can tell you a little bit about it, etc., etc. Because I think that works. People seem to like that format, and then you can do some sort of demo runs, if you will. If I get beaten by this Lancia, I'm not going to be happy. Mostly because that car sucked when we drove it on the Hot Lap Classic. It was terrible. I can assure you now, 1.2 A-Spec fans, one of the rally cars that is definitely getting rerun is that Delta, because it is not crap in 1.2. I'll tell you that for free. It is actually extremely good. Right, cool. I think I got enough of a lead. Eat my dick. There we go, cool. That was quite tense. I really hate Tahiti Bays, to be perfectly honest. I really hate Tahiti Bays. So, that one rally car. Which one are we talking about? I think I've spoken to you before about how we're going to do... Oh, yes, the Subaru Impreza Rally Edition. I mean, technically, that's an entirely new, separate vehicle, pretty much, as far as A-Spec's concerned. What do we got? Okay, yeah, I'm not going to complain at that. I like the Focus. Gives me some cool stuff to play with in, because I think that's the last hard event I've got to do. Turns out I cheesed a lot of those hard events in other vehicles. I don't really... Do I want to use a rally car for that? Do I care? We'll try that Focus I just got, actually. Oh, we might play around with some of this weird stuff. Actually, sod it. I'll use the Lancia. I'm having a blast with 1.2. I've noticed by like the amount of progress that's been going on that there's definitely some good stuff cooking in 1.2. I think, to be honest with you, with a project like that, what, a Clio on a dirt race, really? Jesus. But, I think when you've got a project like that, which has been going on for like so long, to have a deadline set in stone with it is helpful. For as sort of, I suppose it sounds contradictory, but I think to a certain extent, especially with like Gran Turismo, for example, Polyphony nowadays can literally set their own deadlines with these games, and they just come out whenever Polyphony thinks they're ready. Whereas I think the best Gran Turismo games, 1 through 4, are better because they've got deadlines, and it's like, no, this needs to be done by now, instead of being able to sit on something for ages and ages and ages, and, sort of doing that. I think having a deadline is important for productivity. Obviously, no one likes game crunch and all that, but I think, it's like Rockstar, realistically, like, a deadline for GTA to come out would be nice, Now we've been stuck with, GTA 5 for 12 years now, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of GTA 5 now. I wasn't a fan of it when it first came out 12 years ago. Obviously bad to say at a time like this, but I hate LA. I hate anything set in LA. Apart from LA Noire, that's pretty cool, but most games, like, LA's so overdone as a setting, and it's like, I don't want to play in LA, Give me San Fierro, or give me, all the cities again, Liberty City. I like New York, so I like Liberty City, that sort of thing, And it was cool when GTA came out, like, every, 5 years, because, if you didn't like a setting in this one, don't worry. You'll get some cool stories, and then you move on to the next one. Whereas now it's just been out forever, driving around the same boring-ass map, bumping into the same cars that don't even look like they're from the same game anymore, I think one thing... Yeah, I think the opening the track variety is good. I mean, I've spoke about it briefly in the 1.2 server. I think there's like, considering there's like so many tracks in that game, so many of the championships in GT2 just boil down to, oh, just have them do a race around Grand Valley Speedway or Deep Forest or Trial Mountain or Midfield. And it's the same sort of circuits. You know, it's nowhere near as bad as it is in GT3, where every God. Spec 2, someone the other day was like, oh, is the progression going to be more like Gran Turismo 3? And I was like, it better fucking not be. You know, Gran Turismo 3 sucked. I'm going to be completely blunt. The game itself was good. The career progression sucked, because there was only 11 tracks, which meant every single final championship of that sodding game came down to do 15 laps of Grand Valley, then do 10 laps of Grand Valley, then do 20 laps of Grand Valley, and then do 15 laps of Grand Valley. But this time it's in the same championship, but it's in reverse. It's like, it doesn't make a difference. It's still terrible. Hello, Roman. You've just come in on my annual GT3 rant about how much I'm not a big fan of it, really. While also playing some Spec 2. Hello, Carbotex. Welcome to the stream. You've also been privy to my Gran Turismo 3 rant. Oh hey, the one that didn't cheat. Cool. Yes, Mr. A-Spec is here. Feel free to ask any and all A-Spec questions, including... Well, don't ask him for a launch date, because we've actually got that now. I've really wanted to drive this thing. I love this car. I don't think I've ever driven this in GT either, to be fair. I might have done it for the Let's Play at one point. I actually don't remember, but it's cool as hell. A Moser order? How is Moser? I've been thinking about getting the Moser truck wheel. I really wanted the... Oh god, what's the other one called? I really wanted the Hori wheels, but I've heard some Hori stories about the build quality of it, so I'm not too sure now. But yeah, I kind of want the truck wheel, but also I don't really want to spend like 600 quid on a wheel unless I know it's pretty good. Because that's like money I could spend on, I don't know, mattresses or something. Or new Honda Civics. This is slow. This is really slow. That guy's only in like a WRX. I like the brake lights though, that's cool. Yeah, this thing's cool. This thing should be in like a Gran Turismo mod or something. I saw Nathan's worked on a Pajero rally car. I don't know if that's something that's for like 1.2 or if that's a separate passion project of his, because I think Nathan's got his fingers in like all of the Gran Turismo related pies, but yeah, I saw that was like a thing that he did, which is cool. That is not actually for GT2, fair enough. There is a bundle for the truck and pedals, is there? I only saw the truck wheel, I'm not gonna lie. It's not like I had to buy all that separate. How much is the truck? I'd mind you, you're in euros, aren't you? So this is not going as well as I expected. Which F1 car are you referring on? I was really hoping to like beat all the medium events in this, but it ain't quick. If I recall, when I did my GT4 Let's Play originally, I was like dead set on using SUVs for the city events because I thought it was really funny for Opera Paris. So I think I actually used the Pajero Rally Raid thing for the God, what event was it? The Opera Paris, one of them. Because I know I used that for one of them. I used the Range Stormer for another one. And I think in the Expert League I actually had to use something that was half decent, from what I remember. make them different from one another. Yeah, that was one thing I like noticed. The multifunction stalk. Yeah, you see, I want the stalk. That's like my big thing. But no, the one thing I noticed with the F1 cars, which I assumed was something that was gonna get like fixed, is like some of the engines and all that seem like a little bit strange to me. Like the I think the Prost was actually like the most powerful one, even though like Peugeot engines were known to be a bit tosh by like 1998. So I think Mercedes was like the most powerful engine. I think it's sort of agreed because they had the old Ilmore thing going on. I also keep seeing people refer to it as the 1999 F1 season. It's like, listen, just to confirm, not all the F1 cars are showing up. All the ones that were like had different engines and stuff, but there's no like Williams Supertech or anything like that. Or I think it's the Supertech, the BAR for obvious reasons, because you literally could not recreate that in GT2, and I think there's another one as well I was missing. There's technically not the BMW Williams concept either, the one that was sort of being a test mule. Oh no, sorry, actually that was BMW's. What was that? I can't remember. It had a test mule in the 90s. I remember it had like the M coloured flags on it, the racing flags. I think I've screwed here. Because this thing is not nearly as quick as it should be. They are not in the mod yet. Ah, okay, fair enough. I will stand corrected on that one then. I take it the case is like, this has got 6 gears. It hasn't even got enough power to be in the 5th one for the most part. It's one of those really annoying races, this as well, where you're like so close to your AI opponent. I am just going to have him in a wall, I think. Which seems to have helped me nada, because I can't actually accelerate out of any of the corners. Go away in your pink WRX, which actually looks pretty cool, but still. Understeer into the wall, and that's going to be that, I assume. Okay, if I ever want to use this thing, get a turbo kit, or do the easier races. I think that might be more moral of the story here. Yeah, that's fucking hell. Fuck that. Wasted far too much time on that. Basically the FW21. Yeah. I mean, I could re-roll to get like a Clio or something. That might be the move here. Although, to be honest with you, I don't even want to drive this anymore. Maybe this is why I never drove it in the first place. Ah, there we go. I'll use it in the easy Grand Canyon race. We'll win a token race and then we can be like, cool, this car's managed something. I'm excited for all of the F1 cars. Do you know what I am excited for? I am excited for... oh god, yeah, that was the one I was thinking of, the arrows, the T-. That thing was cool with the Repsol colours on it. Literally only for the Repsol colours, because the rest of it was a bit meh. Shame it's not a couple of years later and you can't just go orange arrows, because that thing was pretty sick. But no, yeah, I'm excited for the F1 cars because they are going to do a number on our track. I'll tell you that for free. Preview to Spec 1.2 for everyone. Yeah, the F1 cars are going to be quick, and I haven't decided how they're going to be featured. They might, I don't know. You know, the funny thing is, poor little RS. Listen, fuck the R5. R5 doesn't know to get out of the way of the mighty Pajero Evo. It's like the modern world, really. Small city cars getting punted by giant crossover longboard. Although most crossovers, admittedly, don't have. I mean, they don't have rear rings. Technically, the new Polestar 4 doesn't have a rear window, so it's kind of accurate. I also love how this. I love how I thought that corner was far. I forgot where I was. Does happen around Grand Canyon. I'm not a Grand Canyon fan. I love the aesthetic of this track, but yeah, I feel like a lot of the coolness of it sort of gets wiped away when you have those like giant holes that you can just go through, and the game's like, nah, you can't go through them. But no, I haven't completely decided how all of A-Spec's been covered. I think I know what the first car's going to be, because of course I know what the first car's going to be, you know what the first car's going to be. But I think a lot of those videos are going to do quite well view-wise, I'd say, so I suppose it doesn't really matter what order I cover it. But yeah, stuff like F1 cars, I haven't really decided. I think we've spoke before about the rebalanced rally cars and GT500s and stuff. I'm thinking they'll get their own video, and it'll just be like a giant like compilation of a bunch of them. But for me, that would be like, I don't know, because the problem is I don't want to like have like 2 videos called Peugeot 206 rally car. There is something confusing coming up for you guys next week, actually, which is going to confuse a lot of people. I saw the Impreza today has confused people, I think, or the Impreza's just not that interesting. I can't really decide which one it is, but I think the Impreza's confused people today because it's obviously the sedan and the wagon sort of running back to back. But yeah, there's going to be an even more confusing one next week, because 2 cars are literally called the same, and that's your clue for what's coming next week. You won't get it unless you won't get it unless you pez 2k, pretty much. He'll know what the difference between the 2 cars are, probably, that are the same. So first car is the carry. It is not the carry, although the carry is going to be one of the first. The carry is interesting. I swear I tested it, because I've tested, like, but when I say I've tested these cars in the loosest possible term, because the builds I have aren't compatible with arcade mode. But if you go into GT mode, you can like literally make the game just spawn you at the track of your choice. So if you do Motorsports Land, I can't remember what I did to do multiple laps. I think I just used like one of the endurances or something, just kept going round and round and round. Yeah, the F1 cars are very quick, very, very quick. And I swear I did the carry and it logged a 38 of some description. But again, that's obviously like with other AI cars around, so I can't really like fully lock in. So I think it's not going to be the slowest. I think the Subaru 360 will get some company though. Because nothing's given the 360 company yet. Poor Subaru 360. Imagine being 2 seconds slower than the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, despite having like 60 more horsepower than the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. That car just gets a raw deal in GT2. I suppose when the developers like make these games, they surely like know there's always got to be like a worst car. And I suppose in the case of Polyphony, they sort of knew the car that was going to get shafted the most was the 360. You know, I think it starts with more power than the 500 does, but yeah. The one thing I sort of like about GT2 is no car really stands alone. Every car has at least sort of one thing that's vaguely close to it. You know, nothing exists in GT2 to make the numbers up other than like all of the duplicate Japanese cars. Like, generally speaking, everything's going to have at least one thing to compete against. even if they don't actually make an event for that car to have something to compete against, as is often the case. Wow! It's a WRX, everybody. Cool ass car, actually. I really like the Mazda Speed 6. Swiss Alps, Tahiti. I'm going to end up sort of like coming into both. Right, Cathedral Rocks is what we needed to do. And we are going to get an actual rally car to do it with. We won't use the crowd killer. Where's the Focus? Oh, yeah. Watch me do this now, and it's going to put me against like a Clio. And I'm just going to walk all over it, as I would have done with the Montero. Oh. I'm waiting for this fan to come back around so it doesn't blow into the microphone because I can't be bothered to go and move it. I mean, yeah. I suppose, like, GT has got, like, some cars for that. Like, you've got the Swifts, the Demio, and the Aqua and the Prius, which sort of serve that role, but I get what you mean. I just like, I think it's because I'm, you know, at heart I'm a 90s kid. And I really liked all of the cars from the 90s, even if they were terrible. Hence why I want to make my own mod about... hence why I want to do my own mod showcasing the beige creations of the 90s, because there's a lot of them. And they all deserve some love, deep down. But no, I miss like the Ford Focus and stuff. Oh, that was cool. I'm going to stay a little, going to do some work. That is something I can't help you with, because I'm a terrible procrastinator. Camera's just gone through there. I assume that's a glitch with using the Gran Turismo Freestyle camera, because the GT4 camera sucks. No, I believe you. I always like to be creatively locked in. I'm not very good being creatively locked in. I remember during my, I suppose I got really bad during my Black Ops 6 grind. That was, I think I played that game for about 4 weeks straight. I got everything done, so I'm quite proud of myself. Might send me an ISO. Listen, man, if you wanna send an ISO this way, we can sort of turn this stream into, well, I don't know. I think I'd do like a separate stream at like a peak time to really take advantage of that. But I would definitely play it. I would play it on this stream, let me just clarify that, but I wouldn't like fully, you know, maximize it, because it is late. That'd be something to do tomorrow. It's my birthday tomorrow. There you go. Send me an ISO for my birthday. Is that blackmail? I don't think that's blackmail. I think that's yeah, actually it is my birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday to me. 28 years. 28 long years. As a birthday present. Well, gee, thank you. Imagine being my age and then playing the game that came out when he was like 2 years old. And that's like, I wouldn't have any other niche on YouTube, just to confirm. Like, out of all the games I played when I was like, that I have nostalgia for, being a Gran Turismo 2 YouTuber, I can live with that. Yeah, I know that, But yeah, I kind of like it how it's like, I don't even call myself a Gran Turismo YouTuber because I'm really not. I literally like GT2 and GT4. And that's sort of like my niche, pretty much. So, by GT4 and GT2, I mean exclusively GT2 at the moment. People have asked about doing like GT4 series and stuff. I've thought about it. It is going to be different. I'll tell you that for free. Oh, hey, Tamiya guy. Yeah, actually, fun story. Tamiya guy. I actually, because I get like this sort of like little tab on YouTube, and I remember I clicked on your channel at one point because it was like what popped up. And I was like, oh my god, this guy's got like 25k. And then I like looked up, and it turns out you made the greatest YouTube videos of all time, and that's your most viewed video, and it's the Lamar video. That's all I'll say, and it's great. I love it. You've been through that. Listen, man, that video's top class. I rate it. But no, it's GT2 and GT4, damn right. What other Gran Turismos do you need, honestly? Like, the way I see it, you know, all the odd-numbered Gran Turismos aren't as good as the even-numbered Gran Turismos. That's true even to this day. Literally best video on YouTube. Yeah, much love, man. Hey, you're bigger than me. I'm the one who's, like, excited to have you here. But, yeah, the GT2 and GT4 are like the goats. GT6 is pretty good as well. I think GT6, I know why GT6 doesn't get the love, but it's good. It is really good. And then by that logic, it's Gran Turismo 8. Gran Turismo 8's going to be, you know, a good game. Although, considering how Forza Motorsport 8 came out, and that was not a good game. Yeah. Hey Vix, how you doing, bud? I do not have your namesake car yet in this game, which just makes me sad. I don't know how I'm supposed to get it. I've got the Minolta. I've also got 2 Formula Gran Turismos, because I'm going to be quite controversial. I think GT2 Spec 2, or GT4 Spec 2, is easier than the base game, to be perfectly honest. I've had some pretty soul-destroying cars from this game already. I think like the prize car allocation is more balanced, but this game's definitely easier. Like, you could get a Formula GT in like 10 hours, and if you're like bad, like I am. Oh hell yeah! That's the sort of car I wanted. Is this one normal difficulty? Yeah. Oh no, you get the other rally cars. Because that's the other thing, is it's like rebalanced a lot of how you get various things. Do you know what? I'm just going to get Tahiti out of the way. I'm going to get Tahiti out of the way, and I am going to use the RS200, because why not? I'm just going to use all my rally cars for these events to keep things interesting. I'm acting like I completely haven't just blasted through this game with, I think my favourite car in this game so far has been my Pro Drive Impreza, which I've been, like, dominating with, pretty much. I've also got, like, an Evo 7, which I really like, but it isn't as good to drive as the Impreza. It's too, when you hit the brakes, the sort of traction seems to go a little bit, which isn't great. So, I love the number plate on this. B200U. Just don't run into people. Listen, man. I love how the rally plaque on this car just says Ford RS200 rally car. I've never noticed that before. That's great. Another car that you could drive in the upcoming Gran Turismo 8 Spec 1.2. Download in 20 days time. Literally under 3 weeks, and you'll all be playing 1.2. Think about it like that. You'll all be doing your best. Well, I would say Michael Schumacher impression, but he broke his leg in 1999. I would say doing a hackening, but that just means bottling like all the races. So an Irishman who had no real, like no real chance of ever winning a championship again. Almost won a championship. What F1 driver can you be in GT2 A-Spec 1.2? That's the question. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, Gran Turismo nailed the because everyone's always said an Evo is better on like a track and Impreza's better on the road. I feel like Gran Turismo really like does a great job with that, because the Imprezas are always easier to drive, but obviously you've got that dialed in natural understeer, whereas the Evos have got less of that. But I feel like the Evos, you have to be a little bit more on your best behaviour with them. Like Evos can snap on you, unlike Imprezas, which I think is quite cool. Alright, catch you later, computer. Cheers, bud. Hit me up with the ISO. Gotta focus on dem F1s. Listen, man, dem F1s. You're going to program random engine failures into the Minardi so the gearbox explodes when you're about to win a race. This handles weird. This like has the centre of gravity in the middle of it pretty much. You can sort of feel that when you're going around the corners. It's almost like the front end doesn't really exist. Like it's just the rear end portion of the car. It's bizarre. Hey, Gamers, how you doing, bud? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Random Spec 2 while we talk about a game that is Gran Turismo 4, apparently. But no, Imprezas, Evos, all cool. We like an Impreza and an Evo on this channel. We're a big fan of them, especially the Impreza variety. I had one, not a WRX or anything exciting. I only had a 1.5, but it was a trooper, that car, until Azza killed it. How you been? Yeah, not bad. Living, breathing. Chilling, killing, working, usual stuff. I had like 2 weeks off at the moment though, so I'm pretty chill. Been to IKEA today. That was exciting. Got a load of crap behind me that I need to sort out. Get into little fold-up IKEA boxes. Ooh. Hit the old slide-a-rooney into the Escort WRC, the long-forgotten widow of rally cars. Listen, you know what? I am a big fan of the Mark 6 Escort. I love the Mark 6 Escort. Even it's like most basic, like nothing guys. I've always liked the Mark 6 Escort. I remember being genuinely disappointed as a kid when I played that GT2 demo that showed the Escort GTI in the dealership, and then it turns out the Escort wasn't in the game. I was really disappointed with that, and then I found out like the rally car was there, and yeah, playing some Spec 2, can't go wrong. Yeah, it's a great mod. To be honest with you, for all I said about sort of general misbalances with prize cars, as a whole, this mod's great. It adds a lot of cool new stuff. Key one of which being it fixes one of my absolute bugbears about the special condition events, and that they literally all like do it forwards and then do it backwards. Whereas in this, it's like no, just do it one way, and we'll just give you a slightly worse prize car for it. And it's like, yeah, I can live with that. Escort rally car. God. Obviously I've seen like classic Escort rally cars, but that's not what you're on about. I think it was in Colin McRae rally, wasn't it? Like the original Colin McRae rally. Obviously, CMR2 was the newer Focus, but I think it was in CMR1, from what I remember. And I think there's like a F2 kit car version in, God, what was it? It's got the most generic name ever. It's a game called Rally Championship. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of it. It, on the whole, isn't very good. But I mean, it's something. Is it in Dirt Rally or Rally whatever it is now? The WRC game. Yeah. Yeah, a Group A version. Yeah. But no, the Mark 6 is like. I don't think there's. You can drive a Mark 6 if you play Max Power Racing. I don't recommend you do play Max Power Racing because it's terrible. But that is a thing. There is a pink like hat over there. It keeps distracting me as I'm going around. Oh, the Voki Nova. Listen, mate, I got Vauxhall Nova. I'll fucking race you. Yeah, good old Nova. I haven't seen a Nova in ages. I haven't seen, to be honest with you, I haven't seen like a. There is one Gen, well, technically Gen 2, but Gen 1 Corsa around here. It's on a V plate, and it's like, oh my god. But other than that, I've not seen a Gen 1 Corsa in forever. Which is a shame, because it's by far and away my favourite Corsa, probably, of the bunch. I actually don't hate that one. I can't stand the one in this game, the Corsa C. That's the worst. And then, like, Corsa Ds are terrible as well. But, yeah, big fan of the old Voki Nova. Oh, speaking of the Escort rally car, how you doing? Notice how Gran Turismo really censored these cars in a really ridiculous way. Like, there's no nameplates on the side of that, but there is Finnish flags, so at least you knew it was driven by someone who was Finnish. Speaking of which, I want to finish this Grand Canyon race. I'm going to have the Escort. Escort rally car, 300 brake horsepower in this game. That's not bad. Colin McRae rally had the Cosy. Listen, mate, you've got the Cosy. I'll get you the Cosy. I'm gonna Cosy you. Because it's far too expensive to turn into rally cars these days. I like it how as well on the emulator you can see the fact that that PNG actually says Grand Canyon 2003, which is quite interesting. Like it was the I think because this was in GT4 Prologue technically. This track. There's even a short version of this track actually, which wasn't very good. The Escort looks insanely good in this game, by the way. Can we just like appreciate the fact that this model is actually really good? I love the 30 years of Escort that's written on the back of it. It does make me a bit sad that it hasn't got like one of the cool liveries, like the I think there was a Repsol livery in '97, because I think Carlos Sainz drove for Ford in '97. I want to say, and then he went to Toyota. So I think he did like Subaru, Ford, Toyota. Carlos Sainz is like one of those guys where it's like if you can think like your favourite WRC car from like the early 2000s, Carlos Sainz has probably driven it. Maybe outside of like the Peugeot and obviously, you know, the true like back markers like the Skodas and crap like that. But yeah, other than that, Carlos Sainz really Carlos Sainz'd for every team he could. Sorry. Was that a Clio V6? Yes, that is a Clio V6 attempting to dirt race. I don't know why. It seems like it's incredibly sort of unbalanced. Like you get the Imprezas and the Evos and stuff would make sense, and then you got your form the basis for all my Forza liveries. All my Forza liveries were like sort of you get a basic idea for what I'm into if you go back through my video catalogue and look at some of the liveries I had. I'm big into colour blocking. That was like my thing. So my Ford, what was it? My Ford Focus from my touring car series. That was like yellow top and then had like a blue sort of square running down the rest of it. It was quite cool livery actually, that. It's probably my best. I actually got quite good at the livery creator on that game. Not that one, because that one's just logos. But I think the series after that, I made a custom. God, what was it? I made a custom Jax livery for my Honda Civic, which actually turned out quite well. I was quite impressed by that, because Jax is quite a hard livery to like, because obviously it's just like squares and doing the splits between them, but to actually do it like properly is quite difficult. A lot of people mess up the colours or like the transitions between all the different squares. It was a difficult one to do that. I say good with Forza liveries. I wasn't like, you know, those people who could like draw 2-pack on the side of an R32. I can't do that. Nor would I really want to draw 2-pack on the side of an R32, but, you know, that was a thing someone could do. And if I have to go full BBC for this, you can also draw Biggie Smalls on a Focus RS if you really want to. For the sake of balancing. Hyperfocus for the evening. If you're going to do a mod, please do a racing mod for the 323 Ti Compact. My mod isn't really going to do racing mods, I'll tell you that for it probably won't come out, so don't get too excited, but the premise for my mod is it's going to be boring versions of cars. So my basic premise is like, how did I pitch this? I think the way I pitched this to someone is, wouldn't Gran Turismo 2 be great if instead of like having Acura NSXs, you had Acura, what was it? What's the fucking Acura called? The RDX or something like, or the RLX. It's like an Isuzu Trooper based Acura. Or like, wouldn't Gran Turismo 2 be great if you, instead of like the Vauxhall Vectra, it had the Vauxhall Vectra Arctic 2, and it also had the Vauxhall Sintra and the Subaru Travique in it. That was sort of my idea for the mod. Now, we could do racing mod versions of those vehicles. I think the 323 Ti I wanted to turn into the 380. I can tell you I would love to do a race mod for the E36 Compact, because that car got way too underrepresented. GT2 Spec 2, which is not related to this, is a mod by Nooster, and he's adding there's like a concept version of the 3 Series Compact called the M3 Compact, which was like a thing they did in the 90s, which is really cool. So that might be your place to hit up there, get into a cheeky race mod for that. I swear they use those for like privateer rallies and stuff, so 323 Ti shouldn't be too bad. Greta Thunberg Pajero, I like it. But yeah, my mod is really boring, I'll tell you that. I mean, it's ace, but it's boring, if that makes sense. But I don't know how far off the Gran that's going to get. We've got a lot of the basic pipe work done for it. We just really need to like actually start working on it. The problem is Gran Turismo 2 modding. There's like not a lot of people around, and I don't really want to step on the Spec guys' toes by like moving them onto a new project, or like Nooster's toes. So I'm sort of waiting for the moment to like just go full in attack on them. But I think Nathan's modelled, he hasn't textured it or anything, but he did model a Buick Roadmaster and a Citroen Zara Picasso, which gives you an idea of what the mod's about. And Boost and Ethanol's done a bit of stat modding as well. I think we managed to do an AW10 and a RX-7 with like a 3-speed automatic. So he's pretty familiar with like the internals of the game now, like modifying performance data and stuff, which is what a lot of that sort of mod would be. I've done a retexture of a Lupo, which is as far as I've got yet into GT2 modding, but I definitely will play around with that some more. And I want to get into menu design as well for it. I've got a couple of ideas sort of menu-wise, but Yeah, I mean, whether that comes out or not, it depends. It's sort of been an ongoing sort of joke. Austin Ambassador, that's another one that we've sort of joked about, but yeah, it's a weird mod, really, because it's cool. Like, I really like the idea of like having all these sort of beige cars, but I really don't want to make it like a meme lol funny mod, which is sort of my battle with it, and that's why I'm sort of going against, you know, race mods and stuff. I sort of want this to just be GT2 with race cars cut out and boring cars put on top of it. That's the goal, but oh yeah, like the endurances are going to be like, I don't know, 30 hours of driving in Tokyo traffic. Hello, Adam. And it's going to be like stuff like Suzuki Altos and Honda whatevers. Oh, that's cool. I think the car list is 160 deep last time I looked. But like I say, that's don't expect that. That's just like a little bit of a dream of ours to sort of get that created. But if you know how to model, get in touch. What do I want to drive for this? Do I have any more rally cars to go through? I have 100 cars now, although 2 of them, well, one of them needs selling, and I should really sell my other Formula GT because I've got 2 of them. ST205, there you go. Cheating car. Any more plans on Let's Plays later this year? To be completely frank, there is an idea, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I really want to finish my WRC2 Extreme LP, which no one's going to remember, but that was from back in like 2021. I kind of want to finish that off because I feel bad that that's just sort of got put on hold, essentially. But I don't know. What I can tell you is I'm going to cheat the shit out of that Let's Play. I am going to have to like save state after each stage and stuff like that, because that game is ridiculously difficult and it handles like shit. But I really want to do like WRC games. I'm not sure, like, you know, I've thought about maybe doing like a full Let's Play of like a Gran Turismo A-Spec, but like everyone else is doing it. And for me, it's one of those things where like once A-Spec's been like fully put to bed and, you know, they say like this is the final update barring like tracks or anything like that, because I don't think we're ever going to really get to the point with GT2 where we can make tracks, to be honest. Or at least not currently. So I think at that point, maybe, but I'd say everyone else has done like a Let's Play of A-Spec. You see it, every fucker does it, so, you know, not like discrediting the people doing it. Like, it's a good idea and it's great to see some more videos on that, but yeah, I don't really want to be like, I don't know. I struggle with Let's Play content as well because it takes so long. Like, that's the funny thing, you know. Let's Play content in general is kind of low effort, but it's, you know, long. I don't know, how do I explain this? It's not difficult to make, or it's more difficult to make than it is to like publish, if that makes sense. Like editing that stuff down and whatever, like it is nothing. It is, you know, find out where you said bad word, find out where someone else said bad word, you know, cut out, you know, whenever you, I don't know, you go to the bathroom or food arrives or whatever. But, you know, actually recording that, like, you know, I look back on it and it's like I genuinely did have to record like 24 hours of the Nürburgring in like I had to do that. You know, when we did the 24-hour races in GT4, like, those were legitimate 30-hour recording sessions. Like, we would get on, I think this is when I was off Monday and Thursday. So we would get on, I'd come home from work Sunday night, we'd get the GT2 on, I would record legitimately about 6 hours of GT4 footage. I would then have to leave the PS2 on overnight, pause it, set an alarm for like 10 o'clock the next day, wake up, you know, unpause it, have my coffee, whatever, leave it in B-Spec mode. And then sort of, as the day would go on, we'd get more and more people in a VC. You know, it wasn't a small job, really. Yeah, GameWiz was there. Like, those recording sessions were a lot of work. And, you know, it's all, especially like it's, you know, really difficult. I'm not bad at it, admittedly. I have a bit of a knack for it, but, you know, keeping a conversation going consistently for 2 hours it is awful. You know, fortunately I had like other people to do it with, but I remember there was one episode, because the Renault Clio 1 make, where something crapped out, and it's like I was on my own for like 20 minutes during that. And bear in mind, this is like the 116th episode of a 166 episode Let's Play. You said literally everything you can say about the game. And the Renault Clio, like, it was quite a fun challenge, because it was the Renault Clio 1 make, and of course the whole point is like you buy a V6 Clio, upgrade it, you do it, and then you get a V6 Clio Cup car. I insisted on doing it with an actual like front wheel drive Clio, like the 172. I did some stupid challenges in that game, including the Peugeot 206 Cup as well. I did that in the 206cc. I insisted in doing that in the 206cc. So, but, you know, it's difficult. It is difficult. It is more difficult than you'd think, really. Go back to the GTA PSP games. Definitely that as well. That's what I mean. The problem with them GTA Let's Plays, though, is they're quite, you know, doing a GTA game is long, and if I was to use the rational part of my brain that no person who does YouTube content wants to talk about, but I am going to talk about it, you know, to do, that's a really good prize car for a really short event. You know, to go a bit YouTuber mode on you, to do that sort of video. I need a road car for this. I'm not going to use my Silvia Verietta. I really don't like this track, so I want something quick. Should I do it in the SL? Yeah, I'll do it in the SL, sod it. What did I miss? Not a lot, just me rambling, as per usual. But, you know, those San Andreas videos, that game takes... I can't remember how long the Let's Play was. But I'd a guess that game takes like 50... Oh, the top down was interesting. That game takes like 50 hours to 100%, if you know what you're doing. Fortunately, I do know what I'm doing, because I've done it quite a few times. But like even then, you know, that's 50 hours that you've actually got to play the game. And then you've also got to like go back, and a lot of that was pre-recorded stuff as well. Not like the live form content I do now. And, you know, when you think about it, like the trucking side mission, let's use that for example. You know, to do trucking, that video is 42 minutes long. But it's about 5 hours of gameplay, because the final trucking mission in San Andreas on PS2, it is a crock of shit. You know, on PC, you just sort of cheat the helicopters out of the sky and stick to the road. On that, you literally have to traverse the entire railroad system in a truck with a trailer, and then basically get lucky when you get to the desert and just sort of bomb it across the desert. And it's like, you know, 5 hours to do that. You gotta edit the episode down, and then you got to talk for 42 minutes. By the time you're done, you know, that's like an 8-hour production, and it got like 50 views. Well, it's like a Hot Lap Classic, you know, a bad Hot Lap Classic gets 200 in a day. And it's like, you know, maybe I've just, I don't know, maybe I'm like selfish at this point with it. But it's like something that takes me, you know, what, 6, 7, 8 minutes to record. I can get it done. It's fun for me. It's sort of bite-sized content that I can upload daily. You know, you get a decent return on investment. I don't know. You know, it's one of those things I think about now, especially now, you know, at the end of the day, I am like full-time. I have a full-time job, you know, it's, I have a lot of free time, but yeah, that's another thing as well. And I mean, you know, maybe we all like the track choice. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't even think it was like a pour my heart out, because I think I genuinely enjoy, like, I enjoy the content I make now, which hasn't always been true. You know, don't get me wrong, I love that I love the fact that one of my claims to fame is I did the second ever 100% full playthrough of GT4, you know, before everyone else did it, which is kind of cool. And especially before, like, obviously live streaming nowadays is like huge and everyone does it. So it's become easier now, obviously, like, for that sort of content. So the Let's Play format doesn't really work these days, as a lot of guys are finding out now. But yeah, like, it was fun to complete it, and it was like fun for, like, you know, I always find like the first couple of episodes of a Let's Play are really fun and you're really into it. And then, like, you know, the mid-slog of the game, the one I realised this with was Forza Motorsport 3. And having to do all of these, I can't remember what they were called, I think it was regional championships or something. And they're literally, you know, 20-minute races, you do 6 of them, and then you do Class D, then you do Class C, then Class B, then Class A, then S1, then S2, then S3. And you have to do it 50 times, I think, because you've got to do it for each region, then you do like a world one, and then you do another one on top of that. And it like, I remember getting like halfway through that and I was like, this is the most soul-destroying thing I have ever done. Like, it's terrible. How long did GT4 take? GT4, off the top of my head, and my memory isn't great, was 160 hours, I think. Now, you have got to bear in mind, now, the interesting thing that I did learn by doing GT4 100% is everyone, like, makes a big deal out of doing GT4 100%. But the truth of the matter is, if you cut out the 24 hours endurance races, you lose 72 hours. Once you've lost those 72 hours, like, the hour difference between GT3 and GT4, it isn't a lot. Like, I think GT3 takes, you know, roughly about 90-ish hours off the top of my head, and GT4's about that if you take the endurances off it. So it is an interesting thing to consider. I think GT4 generally better to play through because there's far more content and very cool. Another car in Spec 1.2. Check it out. Cooking with the F1 event, hell yeah. I'm excited for that F1 event. Don't know about anyone else, but I am. What car haven't I used yet that I could use for this? Do not say the 5 turbo, because it's not going to be quick enough. Shall I use the other 5? Sorry, I'll use the other 5. But yeah, that's sort of my sort of general thoughts on it, is Let's Plays take forever, and you don't get that much validation out of it. So, but there are games I'd still want to, like, LP and finish. I'd love to finish WRC2. I'd love to finish the PS2 WRC games because they're great, and sort of showcase those. I want to finish off all the GTA games. Well, LCS, VCS. I think someone's mentioned GTA 4 before, which I would probably do. And what's the other one as well I really want to finish? There's something else. There's a couple of other games that I remember from being a kid, you know. I remember we did, that was me trying to read chat at a bad time. Yeah, we've spoken about Juiced before. We tried Juiced once, and Juiced was hilarious. The only reason we had to stop the Juiced LP is because I rage quit, because I spun a Mazda Miata, because that game is atrocious. Like, the actual handling of that game is atrocious. But that'd be really fun. So there's stuff I'd want to do, but then again, is it stuff I want to do, or is it stuff I want to just sort of sit in a Discord VC with for like 5-6 hours, have a laugh with some mates, and like that's it, you know? Is that what I want to do? I don't know. So, like, I've got ideas. The other thing I'm conscious of is I used to do a lot of double uploading. The original run of the Hot Lap Classic, I actually did. There'd be a Hot Lap Classic at 3 PM, and then there would be like a main Let's Play video at 6 PM. But of course, the disadvantage of that is you're editing a lot of content, and the second you get busy with something else, that's it, it goes. So I really don't want to like double upload. Again, you know, I don't want to do it. And to be fair, the algorithm's not really a big fan of it. Gotta pop into VC at some point. Yeah, we were playing... God, what were we playing? We was playing GT4 the other day, and then Boost kept us up for about 4 hours because we was going through the merchandise shop of every car manufacturer. Because if you ever want to laugh, the best one to look up is the Dodge merchandise shop, which I can't help but recommend, because there is everything you think a Dodge owner would buy is in that merchandise shop. You know, Freedom Ram shirts and pictures of Challengers with flames and girls and stuff. It is fantastic. But Boost kept us up until like 5:30, and I literally had to turn around and I was like, listen, man. Listen. He was like, oh, I'm so pleased. The problem is we're too British, we're always too polite. And Scotian's like sat there just like, it's only 1 o'clock in Canada, he's chilling, so. But no, it was good fun. We're a big fan of trolling Car and Classic to see what we find. I think he found a City Golf the other day, which is a South African Mark 1 Golf with a Skoda Fabia dashboard that they sold until 2009. That's my sort of, you know. In truth, that's the other reason why I really like the Hot Lap Classic. I just like talking about cars and random stuff about cars. Because, you know, I know at least... If you stick a car in front of me, I could probably ramble for a minute at least about weird stuff. You know. It's why one of my favourite YouTubers at the moment, and someone you should absolutely check out, is Corsica, who does like these 10-minute videos, and it's like, if you're like me and you're a complete like nerd when it comes to car stuff, Corsica will cover stuff that you don't know. Like, it's so good. Like, did you know there was going to be a second generation Skoda Roomster? And it was going to be based on a 2004 Volkswagen Caddy Maxi, and they killed it at the last minute. Or the Hyundai Venue that was supposed to be a competitor to the Mercedes-Benz R-Class. Shout out to you if you remember what the Mercedes-Benz R-Class is. Like, that's the sort of YouTube content I like. Tell me stories about stuff that I don't know, and that's sort of what I hope I can do to, you know, some people to a certain point, you know. That's my sort of weird niche anyway. Do you have Tourist Trophy? I do have Tourist Trophy. I have scoped Tourist Trophy for an LP once. I really want to complete Tourist Trophy at some point because I like it. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I know nothing about bikes. Bikes is, you know, I know cars and I know trucks, and that's what I know basically. I'm not good with bikes or planes. I mean, I know what an Airbus is and what Boeing is, but that's sort of that's where my knowledge of planes sort of dies. I don't know planes, I don't know bikes, I don't know trains, I don't know buses. But I know cars and I know trucks, and I know them very well, and that's sort of it. You know. And yet, I can't stand working on cars. I hate it. That's why I have like a brand new car that's covered under warranties and stuff, so I never have to touch it myself. If something goes wrong, which it never does because I always buy Japanese, it goes back to the dealer and they sort it out. Although I really want like a Fiat 126 Polski or something. I remember a while ago the joke was I either wanted a Fiat 126 Polski or a TVR Chimera. And I couldn't really decide between those two which one I'd rather have as a classic sort of vehicle to do things in. But even then, I'm in their 90s and they have like fuel injection and they're not that like challenging to deal with, so. I have taken the clutch out of a Ford Focus and the engine head off of a Discovery TD5 before, but that's my mechanical knowledge done. I wonder what we're going to win from this. Can't believe I've managed to ramble on for an hour and a half about pretty much nothing. That's cool, that Bluebird. Is it Bluebird or is it a... what is it? Right, this is all the hard events. I've done all of these. I fucking hate Umbria. And then I might leave Umbria to last. Shall I do Swiss Alps in a really stupid car? How much horsepower has that Bluebird got? 129. I don't think I can win this event at 129. I'll give it a go. I don't think this will work. Can't drive a car, yeah. Oh, that's medical condition as far as I'm aware. That was a Bluebird rally car. It was a Bluebird rally car. Evo 2. That's not the opponent I was hoping for. That is a lot of A-Spec points. Alright, this might be interesting. In terms of launch off the line, that is 0 to 60 in 11 seconds. I feel like this is the worst opponent I could have got. I was really hoping for like the 5 turbo or something, but instead I got that. I refuse to put like a turbo in this or something to try and make it quicker. Any plans on doing a Let's Play Spec 2? I'm gonna be entirely honest with you. I have zero desire to Let's Play GT4 again. Maybe, like I say, I don't mind doing it on a stream, like I did last time, where I sort of played through it for about 6 hours or so. And you know, this account I've played through quite a bit. But I'm not going to lie to you, I have done the 24-hour endurance races on this save. I have not done them legitly. I'll tell you that for free. You know, the Nürburgring 24 hours, do you know what I did? I got a Formula GT, I put the emulator in 480p, and I put the game on 16 times speed. And just got through that in like an hour. And I have no desire to do that ever again. I don't like endurance racing. I'm very sort of open to that. I feel like I've earned my... I feel like I'm in a unique position now You know, unlike a lot of people who would complain about endurance racing, I've done my fair share of endurance racing now. And I'll tell you something for free. I hate endurance racing now as much as I did when I first started my channel, where I'd done, like, the most I'd ever done was like the super speedway 150 miles in GT3 in the scooter that could do, you know, backflips. That's it. You know, I'm happy. I feel like I've earned my stripes. I've done 5 24-hour races in my life now. That's enough, you know. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. That's not gonna work. I'll use that Pajero. That Pajero is weird. Right. Like I said, I could re-roll for a cool opponent. That Lancer I earned had 160 horsepower on it. That would probably be better for this. But, yeah, that kind of sucks. Not Umbria. What the fuck am I doing? Swiss. Where's that old Pajero? Ah, 158. You see, if I got the Renault 5 and I could reliably get the Renault 5, I'd be fine for that. Do you know what, sod it. Let's blast this fucking thing. What about an iRacing LP? Listen, man. My bank account ain't spending money on iRacing. I quite like iRacing. I've played iRacing. I don't mind it. I'm nowhere near good enough at sim racing to warrant showcasing how I am at sim racing. I feel like I'd need like a new rig. I've got a G920, which, even as someone who isn't massively into sim racing, I can tell you, isn't that great. Like, it's fine. It does for the truck stuff, but yeah, iRacing, my bank account's, you know, quite happy not spending money on that. So, but I'd like to get iRacing is something I love the idea of, and I'd love to get into it, but I am just not. You know, for me, the most important thing about a game is I've got to have interesting cars to drive. You know, I buy racing games purely based on car lists, pretty much. It's why I'm not interested in Test Drive Solar Crown, whatever it was called. I wasn't interested in the Crew, that Orion ripoff they did. You know, I'm not interested in games unless they have a cool car list. I want to drive. My goal with a racing game is I want to drive something unique, and iRacing does have that. You know, there's a couple of weird cars in there. There's like, what is it? There's an old Jetta. There's a Kia Optima. Oh, that's all cool. I drive that, but, you know, I don't really want to spend like $45. Well, I mean, $45 is alright, but, you know, it's the $15 a month. It's like, Jesus. You know, I don't really want to pay that for Spotify. I use Spotify far more than I use iRacing, so. AMS2 is good. Yeah, I heard that's pretty good. I like, this is like controversial because everyone looks down it. I really like Race Room. I need to check out their new touring car stuff. I did have like a idea a while ago that I was going to do like a LP of every WTCC season on that. But then again, I think Race 07 would be better for that because they have more interesting World Touring cars. And Race Room is missing the Citroens, which I always thought was weird. I really think it is a bit of a disgrace that they didn't like try harder to bring those back, considering the Citroen Cielises were like literally like the WTCC champions. So yeah, that was always a bit weird to me. He did a whole 24-hour B-Spec and sped up the emulator. Damn right. That is what I did. I will happily admit that. In fact, I did it for a lot of the endurances. I'll show you my endurance progress in a second. Believe me, it wasn't just that one. I sort of went to town on the endurance races because I don't ever want to do them again. To be perfectly honest, I've probably got to do the Formula GT Championship, and I really don't want to. That's the point, actually. I haven't played Race Room since my old PC, I think, and that was in... God, how long have I had this PC now? Like... God, how long have I had this PC? It's definitely with my ex-girlfriend when I bought this, so that probably means, like, 23. Some point in 2023. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? We're gonna get a... I already own one of those. God damn it. That's one of the slight problems with A, not knowing the prize cards, but also B, getting like random ones, is I get stuff that I've already got. Yeah, I did, I was going to do that one, but I didn't have a road car good enough to really do that. Did you do all the driving missions? I did do all the driving missions, yes. That was not a fun day. I did that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, all on the sped up emulator glitch. And to be perfectly honest, I will probably do more of these with that. I will sit through... There's a couple of these I wouldn't mind sitting through, like Tokyo, I'm fine. Seattle's fine. That's new, so I will sit through that. Midfield 100 miles, damn right. All cars permitted, that's going to be a... That's going to be quite quick then, because that's just going to be in the regular race cars, you'd think. There is a flag above France. What does the flag above France say? What's on offer? Citroens, 15% off. Alright, I've got to take advantages. Does Citroen have any special events? Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Can I buy a 2CV? I can buy a 2CV. Alright, we're buying the 2CV. Listen, whenever they're on sale, I know I've got a ridiculous amount of money, but when cars are on sale, I will just buy them. What else is here? Is there anything else here I'd actually want? I do like a Zara. I really like a Zara. Maybe not in that piss yellow colour, but I like a Zara. I like a Xantia as well. I mean, these aren't that expensive, you know. I made fun of it. I might just buy it in that piss yellow colour. Yeah, let's do that. I did remember the 2CV existed. But it's okay, because I also remember the Citroen Xantis, and I've got to buy this as well. That is a disgusting colour. Give me that one. I feel like you've got to collect the Citroens at some point, right? Watch this give me one of these as a prize car now. That is a fantastic colour. I love the Xantia. The Xantia is like one of my favourite Citroens. It's so good. That's a lot of money for a car I'm not that bothered about, to be perfectly honest. I want to see what the prize car is for this 2CV event. Do I want to do... I kind of want to upgrade this. What should I give this? Should I just whack a giant turbo on it? I was joking about that being a giant turbo, but I suppose in the context... I'll stick a gearbox in it as well, just in case. Do you know what? We won't do anything else. We'll drive it on its stock suspension. That'll be fun. Yes, my girlfriend. We both... Well, I mean, I obviously am the one who liked Euro Truck Simulator, but she liked fucking around with it as well, so she was into it. She liked it because we had the wheel, though. She wouldn't, like, play it on, like, a gamepad or anything like that, so... gearbox. let's be honest. I did the 360 event not long ago, and for the 360 event, I well upgraded the car, and you don't really need to. As long as you can do listen to that sound. I will finish this race, Dave, and I'll have a look, bud. Listen to that transmission whine. Okay, still slow in the corners, but I got the big turbo, big transmission whine. No, I remember she did 190 Ks down a Spanish highway once in one of my Renault trucks, which was an interesting thing to come back into the room to. God, I love the 2CV. The good thing is, you may remember in the base game, this event is 5 race championship, I think, and you do one lap around every track, and it is painful. It's genuinely painful. So it's a good thing this is different. I don't know what the price card's going to be, because spoiler alert, in the base game it's a standard, it's 2CV, but you get it in a special salmon pink colour, and yeah, you get it in a special salmon pink colour. You won't get that in this, because all the special colours you can now just paint your car in, and it doesn't really matter. So yeah, that's a thing. I'm gonna check after this as well how I have to admit, I need to eat dirt on the newest version of the Hot Lot Classic that came out today, because I sort of realize, you'll hear my realization halfway through it, that it was probably a bad idea to record 2 cars back to back that have almost the same name and come in the same colour. I thought it'd be a fun comparison. I thought it'd be funny. And then halfway through it, I realised, hold on a minute, and no one's going to watch this. And it turns out, I was sort of right. I mean, I'm sure no one's watching it partly because it is the 98 Impreza WRX, which hasn't got an interesting race mod. It's not that interesting. It's the most basic WRX you can buy from the main dealer. But, yeah, it turns out I was in a good mood. There is, I've got my birthday car, which is something I wanted to drive, which most people probably won't be that bothered about. I can tell you, Sunday, you're going to like Sunday's episode. You are going to like Sunday's episode. Something very cool is coming on Sunday. If you want a clue on what's coming on Sunday, look at the calendar, notice what day it is, keep that in your mind, that's what's coming. Hey, Vicam, cheers for the donation, dog. Hey, big dog. Thanks, fam. For the R dollars. I don't know what those are. They are R dollars. I do like R dollars. I'll take all sorts of dollars, including R dollars. Yeah, cheers, bud. Much appreciated. Thanks for showing up, Vicam. What car did you use to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans? I used the oh god, what's it called? The Pescarolo. The LMP Peugeot thing. I think you get it from a driving mission. Brazilian real? Is Brazilian dollars? Might have been the Serie of Paris in 2021. I can't remember what race it... There is one race in somewhere where I look at it. It's I've been here before. That's kind of cool. See, 2CV looks too fast. It turns out putting a turbo on the old 2CV makes it reals. It's showing R dollar for some reason. But yeah, no, reals. Cool. It's called real, yes. Real dollars. Much like most things I touch, they are undervalued. Part of the morning routine. Hell yeah, brother. Thanks for coming out, Chicane. I actually bought your car in this game purely for... Oh, for fuck's sake! I just bought that! Fuck's sake! I was hoping that was gonna be the C5! God fucking damn it. Fine, I'll buy the fucking C5. Fucking goddamn fuck. I literally just said I like the Citroen Xantia, and I've now decided I hate the Citroen Xantia. Fuck the Citroen Xantia. All my homies hate the Citroen Xantia. God fucking damn it. Right, time to sell some shit. Because, honestly, I have too many cars. Hey, Inferno. Inferno's just here to laugh at me. He's just been silently laughing in the background. Right, I'm going to sell this Rouge Lucifer that I've just got. Bye-bye. Then I also got a duplicate. I have got a duplicate Formula Gran Turismo. I swear this colour's glitched, but I'm not sure. It kind of looks kind of wrong to me. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know if that's like an original thing. But I have seen those images. I will put them on screen in a second. They look pretty swagging. Dude, Honda N360, I forgot I had that. What's the other thing I've won that I've got like multiple of? Evos. This Evo may have one more horsepower than my Evo, but my Evo I bought new and it is my beloved. And then I got an extra Subaru that I don't need. Yeah, this one is identical to my other Subaru, which is better. So I'm selling this one. Yeah, right, Chicane. I hate to say this, man. I bought this because of your EP3, because your EP3 swagging. But I do have to admit it came in black, and I was like, nah, Milano Red. Milano Red is the colour of the EP3. But I did buy this because of yours, because you have the pre-facelift EP3, which looks better than the post-facelift IMO. So I'll just quickly put these on screen. I'll open them one by one. They are ridiculous sizes, so I will size these down in a second. Jesus Christ, why is that so... that's... No, don't do that. How do you exit full screen? How do you exit full screen? Look how they tell you to press escape and it literally never works. It's ridiculous. Alright. That'll do. So here is some A-Spec for you all to enjoy. Here's some F1 cars. We've got a McLaren, a Hornet Buzzer, a Ferrari, a Stewart, and I think that's a Sauber behind it. There they are again. They all look very, very cool. These are very quick around the Hot Lap Classic, in case you're curious. And then, of course, the classic Speed. It was not a Sauber. It is a Minardi and a Prost, which is quicker than Stewart, which is unfactual. So there you go. There's some cool Formula. That is the better Formula GT. What a right-hand drive type R. Mate, I like your thinking. You know me, I like Civic. I've owned 3 of them now. Almost bought a 4th one the other day, and the Honda place was like, listen. Listen, we'd love to sell you a car, but you've only just bought 1. So, like, don't buy another one just yet. But yeah, no, that looks awesome, man. I am looking forward to piloting all of the F1 cars, and I'm going to pilot this 240 RS right now. Do you know what, though? I'm going to do like a Cathedral Rocks. I'm not doing that to Tahiti. I'm sorry. I am absolutely not driving this thing at a track I hate. I'm going to drive the... I really want the Escudo. I assume I don't get the Escudo for winning all these events. Or I might do. I haven't decided. It'll be one of those two. But no, that's awesome. That's some Spec 2 showcase, which you can play in under 20 days' time. You too can drive that Formula car that you've always wanted to drive in Gran Turismo 2. Or, if you're like me, you'll have never thought about driving Formula 1 cars in Gran Turismo 2. But, you know, you do now. Sort of thing. I've got to be honest, right? I am not a Sylvia person. I really am not. I'm sure you've gathered this by now. If it's related to anime or drifting, I hate it normally. But I do have to admit, the 240 RS is cool as hell. I love this thing. It's so damn just boxy. It looks exactly as you would expect and want a Nissan rally car from the 80s to look. It is just a Datsun, but it's a cool ass Datsun with some very cool sort of bull bar bodywork stuff going on with it. He held it. He held it. He saw I held it. It wasn't particularly impressive, but he did hold it. I feel like you guys have been spoiled far too much with my Hot Lap Classic drifting, which is never intentional. But yeah, I always seem to do like reverse entries into corners, and everyone's like, "Wow, that was a nice drift." It's like, listen, drifting requires intention. And I can assure you, every time that happens, it's almost never intentional. I mean, the only car I can get it to work with on a somewhat consistent basis is... Oh, God. I can sort of do it with Evos if I can... If I, like, literally throw it at a corner and, like, use some of the weight transfer to get it round. I can drift on command in Evos. Everything else is all just happenstance. Trying to sleep. Well, good luck to you. Hopefully your packages arrive soon. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Gotta remember, your country's like right at the end of all the shipping routes. But yeah, there. Every time someone's like, "Oh, that's a cool drift you did in the Stager," it's like, "Yeah, thanks. That's wasn't intentional. The rear wheels hit the ground and it decided to go fucking yeehaw into a barrier. That wasn't my fault." I actually have always wondered, you know, Chicane mentioned about it being morning viewing for the American viewers. I've always wondered about my upload time, whether I need to change it. The problem is, I remember back in the day of YouTube, the slot everyone went for and wanted was the 5 PM slot, UK time. Because I think that made it right around 5 o'clock on the... 5 o'clock in the UK, it was 6 o'clock in Europe, and it was like 10 AM in America, so you'd catch people on the in the workday. And that was like the slot every like European YouTuber went for, was 5 o'clock. So I've sort of wondered about upload times and sort of if I'm uploading at the best time, but 5 o'clock, because everyone went for 5 o'clock, like 5 o'clock for like a channel like mine would be a death sentence, because you're just competing with like channels that have millions more views than you do, and you just get lost, which is fair, because that's how it works, you know. The smaller you are, the less they sort of push you in the viewership rankings, you know, because you make them less money, but it makes sense. But yeah, I've always wondered if like my time slot's fine. I mean, obviously it's fine for like most European guys. The funny thing is, my sort of rationale with 3 o'clock is it like back when I did it, I was like 17 when I first started uploading into that slot. So it was just like, oh, you'll get the people who are just coming out of school. And then I realized all my viewers are like my age or like older. Like my 25 to 34 is like my largest demographic by far. So that doesn't really matter, but yeah, I don't know. I've always wondered about, you know, maybe going later, but obviously I think everyone's just sort of used to this time now, and I'm used to setting everything to this time now, so sort of my weird rant on that. When did I get Clio? Was that a prize car? I have no idea. Oh dude, I could go big for Darius in the final race of this, so that's pretty sick. I'd love to use the Mazda MX Crosssport, but I don't really want to put tyres on it. Shall I use the Pajero? We'll use the dickhead. Because that's what this is Spanish for. Dickhead. I've just realised, YouTube sends you an email when you go live on your own channel. I mean, I do know I've gone live, I think. Listen man, that Chelsea tractor, I use that to punish people on, oh god, what was it? When I was doing the Let's Play in Opel Paris, I dunked on people with the Range Stormer concept car, so... No. I feel like I've used enough Range Stormers in my time to want a break from the Range Stormer, but I mean, this is like a proto Chelsea tractor. This is the, you know, trying to think what joke I can make. The Chinese market Mazda CX-30. I have not seen the Chinese market Mazda CX-30, but I absolutely need to see the Chinese market Mazda CX-30. I've seen the CX-30, we went to a Mazda dealer the other day, and god, I am not a CX-30 fan. I actually quite like modern Mazdas. I'm at that like the sort of weird point where, and I feel like a lot of people should come to this point with me, to be perfectly honest, because it's not really worth sort of getting angry about anymore. I have almost gone to the point with crossovers where it's just like, I like some of them, I don't like other ones. I don't blanket hate them all. I don't really understand them, I don't really get why you would buy one, but, you know. I've always been like that though. Like, I don't, you know, like, on a whole, I don't like full-size SUVs. I'm not, you know, into them, to be clear, but I really like a Volkswagen Touareg. I kind of like Range Rovers. I'd love a new Land Rover Defender. I think the new Defender looks sick. You know, I sort of see it on like case-by-case basis. Like, I don't like compact crossovers as a whole, but, you know, I can live with like the Dacia Sandero Stepway and the Ford Puma and stuff like that. I can live with that. So... Do you want a world exclusive about the rebrand? I would love to know. Oh god, street words. I would love to know everything about that Jaguar rebrand. It is so weird. I kind of like it because every single I kind of like the Jaguar rebrand because it's sort of, how do I describe this? Most like rebrands, they sort of want to focus on a core demographic and reboot to them. Like Call of Duty isn't trying to get new fans when it reboots Modern Warfare. It's hello. It isn't trying to get new fans when it reboots Modern Warfare. It's trying to get all the old fans back. You know, it's trying to hearken to a day where you know, like the good old days sort of. That Jaguar rebrand is appealing to people who don't buy Jaguars. To be perfectly honest, that Jaguar rebrand is for people who don't buy cars. But, like, you know, those people are, like, far too eco-conscious to buy a car, you know. I want to save the planet. I will take the train. Looks like that. Wow. Yeah, interesting. I suspected something like that. I'm going to look up this Chinese Mazda. I suspected that was the case, to be honest. Because it's pretty clear Jaguar doesn't really have a lot of, like... That is a Mazda CX-30 with more cladding. Jesus Christ. That is something. Thing is, as well, I'll be really honest, right? Jaguar and Land Rover being together doesn't really work, and never really has. You know, it worked when Jaguar was producing, you know, big saloon cars, and Land Rover was producing the Range Rover, but when you had, like, the F-Pace and the E-Pace, you know, they're all competing for roughly the same thing. I strongly believe the Jaguar I-Pace was more like a attempt to see whether an electric Range Rover was something worth investing money in than it was to actually, like, give Jaguar any form of, like, unique selling point. So I think Jaguar needs to be unshackled. To be honest with you, the Chinese would probably do quite a good job with it. You know, as much as I hate them, and, you know, everyone who drives them is a bit of a clot, and it just shows that you aren't interested in cars at all. But, like, the MG rebrand, you know, we all laughed at those, like, 10 years ago. I remember the MG6, which was atrocious, and the MG3. The MG3, God, the MG3. You know, you could tell all these... do I want to go this nuclear? I will go this nuclear. I remember when the MG3 first came out, and it was a terrible car. And then you had, like, Autocar and stuff saying, like, 10 years down the road, when it's 10 years old and it's still got that same wheezing engine in it, and you're like, oh no, it's actually better now. It's like, yeah, but the problem with that car was always the engine was crap, and it still got the same, like, 90s 1.5 litre non-turbo 105 brake nothing, you know. But, you know, now MG's building, you know, I strongly believe the MG4, you know, the little electric MG, that car has embarrassed Volkswagen. It really has, because the ID3 came out, and the ID3 was tosh, right? You know, the quality was subpar, it didn't really do that much electric range, it was quite ugly. And they were like, oh no, this is the new Golf, this is, you know, we've invested billions in that. And then MG just comes out with the MG4, and it looks better, has better range, interior is pretty much the same quality. You know, I think, I'm not going to do it because I'm not an MG person, but, you know, if you want to go quick these days, you don't buy a Golf R, or like a used M135i. What you should do is you should buy an MG4 X-Power, right? And the MG4 X-Power, you can buy them new now for 26 grand. They're supposed to be 36 grand list price. You can buy it for 10 grand less than it's supposed to be. That is a 436 horsepower electric vehicle that does 0 to 60 in 3.8. Like, the MG4 X-Power, if it was a more well-known thing, could very well be dangerous. Like, old people, when they buy these things, and if Mabel accidentally presses the wrong pedal in a Rover 25, it doesn't really matter. If she presses the wrong pedal in an MG4 X-Power, children are gonna die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is not safe. But I kind of love it. And so, you know, the MG4 X-Power is good. The HS is very ugly, but it does like 75 miles on electric range only. It's plug-in hybrid, and it costs like 30 grand. The MG5 station wagon's kind of weird because it's a it's a station wagon electric, which is like pretty much unknown. So, you know, MG did such a good job. So I think Jaguar being owned by the Chinese, probably not the worst thing. You know, I mean, look at Volvo. You know, Volvo, don't get me wrong, the quality has apparently not done so well. But, you know, Volvo under Geely did great. You know, we got like the XC60 and XC90s, S90s. You know, they're doing an electric saloon too, which no one else is doing. You know, them under Chinese ownership has been good. It's not the bad sort of omen that it used to be. Now, that Chinese company that's trying to buy Nissan, yeah, there's something dodgy going on there. I think that's why the Japanese government is desperately trying to get them to merge with Honda, which screams Mercedes Chrysler, but there you go. And in case you're wondering, Nissan is definitely the Chrysler of those two. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's the worst thing for Jag to be owned by. To be honest with you, I don't think that's the worst thing for Cadillac to be owned by the Chinese or Buick, because they'd probably do a better job. You know, turning up into a car meet MG4X power and getting kicked to death by the dirty diesel gang. Listen, the dirt. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'll explain that in a second. Listen, the TDI boys can get as angry as they want with you, but when you can literally just blast straight, just boom, gone. No, the Spec, I forgot I still have that on, but I don't care, because you don't care. There is a cheat code to turn the penalty off in these special events, and I've done it, because I think the penalty system... To be honest with you, if the penalty system was fair, I would accept it. I think the penalty system's bollocks, because I'm not being funny, right? If you hit a wall, I don't need a 5-second penalty for that. I'm already getting a 5-second penalty because I hit a fucking wall. Like... Dude, I should have bought that old Lancer. Instead, I misread the email and bought a Lancia. Which sounds really weird. Exactly. Think about all the EastEnders characters. Listen, right, you know, you've said Jay Slenter, so do you remember, this is the most British thing I've ever discussed. Do you remember, oh god, who is it? Was it Ronnie Mitchell, like that woman who turned around and went, I am your daughter, and then she gets, like, ran over by Janine? Imagine if Janine was an MG4X power. Her daughter wouldn't have been killed by an Alfa Romeo GTV, which is the first person in recorded history to ever be killed by an Alfa Romeo GTV, because usually they have pedestrian safety, as in they break down before they can hit a pedestrian. But in an MG4X power, she would have fucking obliterated. Like, there'd have been nothing. Like, there'd just have been a pair of legs. And, like, the body would be on the big statue in the middle of Walford. Anyways, that's something else. What a Yang Wang U9. Yeah, man, I love the Yang Wang U9. Alright, take care, Chicane. Everyone check out the Chicane on Twitter these days, because Chicane is like the most LA guy you'll ever be around. Not like LA in like the sense he's a cock. Like actual LA guy. And he's pretty rad. If you like concerts and Hondas, he's your guy. Yeah, Phil Mitchell. Oh god, yeah. Well, they've already got an MG5, haven't they? God, what's his name? I only say this because I've seen it recently. I don't watch it, just for clarification here. God, what's his name? Oh, fucking hell, what's his name? What's the old guy called? Ian. Ian has an MG5. Now, the Yangwang U9's sick as fuck. It bounces. Like, the Yangwang U8 not only sounds ridiculous, it has 1,100 horsepower, it can do the tank turn the new G-Wagon can, and fun fact about the BYD Yangwang U8, it can float. You can drive it into water, and it will, you know, like old phones used to be waterproof? The Yangwang U8 is waterproof for 30 minutes if you drive it into water, and it can do 2.5 mile an hour on water. Now, if the current's 2.6 miles an hour, that's a problem. And apparently if you drive into water, it has to go back to, like, Yangwang for a full service. But is that not, like, the coolest thing you've ever heard? Like, I love it. Like, BYDs have karaoke machines. The Chinese, because they're Chinese, like, they're just like, oh, hey, we need to get people to buy our electric cars. How are we going to do that? Let's just cram them with gimmicks. And do you know what? I'm kind of for it. I am kind of for it. Yeah, the U9, it's a supercar. It can jump. It can just jump. Doesn't need to. There's no reason it needs to jump. It's like, you know, well, let's be honest, no one cares about Maybach, right? Literally no one cares about Maybach. But when the Maybach GLS came out, and it could do that like thing where it can shake itself loose in the sand and it can hop like it's got hydraulics, everyone thought that was the coolest thing ever. Alright, catch you later, Samir. Good seeing you out, bud. Cheers, bud. But yeah, the Maybach was like the cool, that Maybach GLS, if you've never seen those videos, just Google Maybach GLS jumping, and you'll get the video with the fucking, the noise. It has like, the GLS has an official song. Or like that new electric G-Wagon. Do you know what people are doing? You know the first video I saw of the new electric G-Wagon? It was some influencer type coming up behind it in his Lamborghini beeping. And it's doing like the get out the way, and the G-Wagon's in front of him. And the G-Wagon just fucking does the tank turn 180 degrees to face him. And it's just like, can you imagine, dude, that's someone in traffic? That would be the coolest, most obnoxious fucking thing in the world. Like, some guy's just, like, beeping behind you to go, and you just do a 180-degree tank turn, flip him off, and then just, like, turn around and drive off. Like, that'd be so great. Hello, tax evasion. That's something I've never done, but, that sounds weird when you say it out loud, so... I love that. Oh, God, yeah. Like... People who do this on, like, paved roads are going to find out why that technology is only for dirt, but it's still great. What's the prize car going to be? Is this the final race I had to do in this? I think it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Somewhat positive about the Solstice. The indicators are Pontiac badges. There you go, that's my one interesting Solstice fact. Ah, hell yeah. That's what I was hoping for. That is the daddy. The Escudo. Oh god, yeah, the new Forza is going to be like in China, or like... Maybe it'll be in Hong Kong and you can like invade it or something. Bluebird. Right. I'm out of those events now, so I'm sort of... I feel like there's a... At the same time of new horizons being opened up, there's also doors that are shut. Is there anything on sale? Oh. I was really hoping that was going to tell me like Fiat's a certain percentage off or something. I think I've got to do... Place the wheel spins with social credit. Yeah. That's a good idea. Has Audi got any special events? I swear I've got quite a few Audis I could probably do stuff with. Let's find out what has events and what doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised if it's set in China. TT and A3. Well, I don't own a TT and I don't own an A3 and I don't really plan to. Mercedes, I did all of these, I think. Yes. Because I really want... You know when you just want a car in a game for a reason you can't quite describe it? I really wanted an SL for some reason, so I did a lot of races for the SLs. These are all... Do you buy these? Yeah, 50 grand a pop. A Speedster Cup's easy. I have actually got a Speedster. Or is it VX2? Is it VX220? They do the same race? Yeah. I want to put Inferno's points of the test, but instead of like actually listening to where he said significantly easier, I'm just going to use my stock VX220 and see what happens. Because why not? Is that the normal Grand Valley Speedway? Normal? What the hell? God, I hope this is like not as it is, because this is going to be like 150 horsepower VX. $125. I could do this for $125. Good audio. Oh, has the audio died? Hold on. Oh. Oh. I mean, my internet died. Oh. I mean, my internet died. Ah, there we go. Yeah, cool. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, no, I wouldn't even consider doing this in the stock. I think... I remember doing the... also, that fan's going on. If it becomes really annoying to someone, let me know. I'll turn it off, but it's really fucking hot because I sit directly next to a radiator. Which I really need to rectify. But yeah, the... This is a prize car. It's the only reason I own it. I would not normally own a VX220 because I'm not a big fan of them. But, by the way, just so you know, I'm very, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm very self-conscious about the internet. Oh, God, dying. Because the volume dying. Because I remember when I did my first ever stream, which was, well, first ever stream for like 2 and a bit years, when I was doing the Fiat 500 2 hours of Rome, the audio kept dying, so probably like the worst thing you can say to a streamer is good audio. It's like, oh god. But no, it's fine. Cool. Yeah, I'm still not particularly pleased that I have to do a fucking 3 laps of the standard Grand Valley in a standard VX, but... So Inferno, does this mean the 206 Cup's rebalanced as well then? Or is that still like... I'm fairly certain I won a 206 earlier, maybe anyway. So I don't think... Yeah. Yeah, alright, cool. Can have a look at that then. I use the 206cc for it. Just to be weird. Again. I'm decimating these guys. But no, I remember... The funny thing is, I suppose in a way, because I was like really prepared for it, like everyone says like how hard the Speedster Cup is and the 206 Cup and all that. So when I did the Let's Play episode for this, I like completely overbuilt the car to within like an inch of its life. So I sort of, you know, because I was expecting it to be hard, it was actually really easy, if that makes sense. Because I remember, I think I used the Speedster Turbo and like just completely maxed it out, like rear wing, oil change, everything. and those races were sort of a walk in the park because I was just ready for them to be terrible. 206 Cup was piss easy for me. In this mod or in general? I mean, the 206 Cup, I sort of... Not as bad as the Clio Cup. I will say that was like the one that I handicapped myself in technically the most. But the 206 Cup in GT... in GT4, I remember I wanted to use the 206cc because most people just go straight for either the 206 rally car or the God, what is it? The 206 rally car in general. Fair enough. Most people go for the 206 rally car or the newer GTI because that's like the most powerful one you can get. Whereas I was like, you know, give me the 206cc and all its weirdness. The 206 Contra. Interesting takes. Well, thank you. I feel that's what you tune into me for. You come here and get takes that no one else would give to you. Yeah, no worries, but don't worry about it. Like, it's all cool. It's just very paranoid about... I'm always paranoid about audio. That's like my one... it's like one of my one things I am really paranoid about is audio. It's why for like ages I'd always make sure the game audio was like really low so I could actually be heard over it. And then in the Hot Lab Classic apparently I just achieved good balancing straight from the get-go. Although I think this intro song I had to do something with because otherwise it would have like blown everyone's eardrums out the second he came across. So yeah, because it's a loud fucking song normally. Nice. Just dunking on everyone with the 206. I like it. The one thing I am noticing, obviously this is like, well, it's not really even the game's fault really, but like when you play through this running 4K on an emulator, you do start to realise like some of the issues this game's models have. And one key one for me is how PNG the voxel badge is, and also the sort of bonnet cover. It has like, it really needs some anti-aliasing on the engine cover. Yeah, to confirm this was a prize car, it came in this yellow, and I could have changed it, but I was like, you know what, it kind of works, so I left it in this sort of interesting, sort of not quite hearing aid beige, not quite an actual yellow you'd want. It's God, I can't. The voxel did come in this colour, other than the VX220. I can't remember what it is. But I swear I've definitely seen like a Tigra or something in this colour before. Like that was a thing, or like a Calibra or something. Yeah, Top Gear really like this car. Apparently they're quite good. Like in real life, like it is basically a Lotus Elise, but it has a Vectra engine in it. So in this case, it has the 2.2 litre from a Vectra, whereas I think the VX220 is the engine from the Astra and Zafira VXRs from like the early not Astra VXR, sorry, the Astra and Zafira GSI, I think it was, the blue ones, if anyone remembers those. So but yeah, no, apparently these are quite good. I'm just not a fan of them because I don't like voxels. I'm not really a fan of this generation of Elites anyway, because this is the second gen Elites. This event is so fucking long, holy fuck. I don't really want to do that all in one go, but it's cool knowing that that's easier. There is a roof event, which I kind of want to do, but I'm also not spending that much money on a roof. Yeah, we looked at Volkswagen. Did we look at BMW? I don't remember. One Series Trophy, Club M. We can do the 1 Series Trophy. Get the 120 diesel for this one. Japan Rot. I will go for that blue. Of course, we want the 120D. We want the diesel. We don't want the. I mean, look at the difference though. Like 147 horsepower or 160. And that one's like $1,000 more expensive. And look at the torque figure. Like, you know, 120D for the win. You know what I'm saying? There we go. That's more like it. One lap of Grand Valley Speedway. That's my sort of event. It's one thing I like about Spec 2 is it's made a lot of these events shorter, which makes them better. 37-point race. Is there any way to make this... I mean, obviously you can put weight in the car or something. But... diesel power. That is a beige 1 Series. And then you got sort of a collection of typical 1 Series colours, including white and black and silver, which is what they all were. I would say none of them were this colour, but I think a lot of them were this sort of wishy-washy blue. Not a fan of the 1 Series, we'll be honest. No, I don't think so. I mean, MGs are technically Roways, but I'm almost certain MG just exists in China now. Mind you, I don't know, because there was always that weird... I think they ended up just getting on it. Because there was the Roway 750, but also a different company sold the MG7, which was the Rover 75 slash MGZT, I think that one was. ZT? ZR was the 25, ZS was the 45, ZT was the 75. Yeah, there was the MG7 and the Roway 750. And I think in the end, the company that owned the... Because Roway bought like all of the bits, and then MG was owned by a different company, I think, who also ended up owning like the Rover 75 for the same deal where they got the MG badge. So I think interesting fun fact on that actually. The Roway was based on the facelifted Rover 75, whereas the MG7, which came out later, was actually based on the pre-facelift 75 because the pre-facelift looked better. But yeah, so that was the difference, and I think the company that owned MG and the MG7 went bust, and the people who owned Roway just bought them, and that was it. So I think the MGs are just Roways pretty much. I don't know if they still call them Roway or not. Red line on this is supposed to be 4K, so you should really be shifting the... Not that it really matters how to shift and practically drive... Oh, it is one race. Forgot about that. I was like waiting for the rest of it, but no, it turns out it's one race. Cool. Free G's. That's what I'm talking about. I must apologise for not having symmetry. Infineon is... Please don't be the full. Sports car course. Is that the short one? I hate the infield at Infineon. Infineon might be my least favourite track in this game. I'm so happy, like... Because this was what? It was Sonoma, wasn't it? No, the sports car circuit is the one I don't like. I think when this became Sonoma, it got repurposed. I remember driving this in Forza 7, but I remember nothing about it. I specifically remember driving this in Forza because I took my Honda Odyssey Type R build video that I did back in the day around here. And yeah, I don't remember what the infield looked like, but I hate Sonoma / Infineon. Never have liked it. It's these sort of weird flowing corners that don't really work. Is this on a real PS2 or is it emulated? This is emulated. Although I do own a genuine copy of Gran Turismo 4. I actually have owned several genuine copies of Gran Turismo 4, including the online trial version, which this is based on. And this is my original ISO and not one found anywhere on the internet. So I am legitimately playing my copy of the game on my PC. There you go. I won't be elaborating any further on that one. But no, this is running on PC SX2 with a bunch of settings to make it look better. Pretty much. So there you go. And this is, of course, the Gran Turismo 4 Spec 2 mod by Admeister, which you can find down below in the description if you want to know a little bit more about GT4 Spec 2. And if you play GT4, you should play Spec 2. Probably the definitive way to play this game. In every way other than I don't like the American car names, because Gran Turismo in general, every car is Japanese market, so when they try and like regionalize the names, it's always like completely pointless. And also the soundtrack, which is off. Well, it's on very faintly in the background, whether you could hear it or not. I don't think the copyright bots have heard it, but yeah, that's sort of hanging around in the background. That's there, so, and it's not as good as the PAL region. That's not like a subjective thing. The PAL region genuinely is the American soundtrack, but with more songs. I don't think there's that much excluded. So there you go. Hey Ender, long time no see, but how you doing? US soundtrack sucks, no feeder. We could read. Hello Renee, how you doing? Welcome to the 120D. I was getting ready to wrap this up, but I'll go for as long as I can. Because there's people here, so sod it. We'll keep going. I give the people what they want, and if what they want is more, then who am I to not oblige? I'm quite enjoying this anyway. I enjoy some GT4. I'm just not good at talking for 2.5 hours than I used to be. Reminds me of the free 30D using the Brit car show. Yeah, I mean, the 1 Series is a pretty pathetic thing, like that free 30D is, which apparently allegedly doesn't exist anymore because all the Top Gear cars are pretty much crushed at this point, unless they were actually owned by the presenters. But no, that was a good episode, that, actually. There's probably a way to watch that Brit car race on YouTube these days if you wanted to see, like, the full thing. Because Brit car was, like, an actual series. It must have played on, like, Eurosport or something. So, that must be a thing. Well, thank you, Ender. That is very much appreciated. I can ramble. I can definitely ramble. What I mean is, it's like when I used to do like just ramble stuff. I suppose the good thing with like the way I used to do content, when like you have people to bounce off you. I don't know why I keep wanting to sit on my leg. That's not comfortable. Back when like I work better in groups of people, I think, because I sort of have time to not sort of be the centre of attention, but was on my own stream, obviously I am. But no, I appreciate that. I do like talking bollocks, so that's my sort of thing. GR4 challenge, but 24 hours. Yeah, brick cars. Brick cars not as interesting as it used to be. It used to be very strange, like, obviously. I think brick car came off the back of, like, the British GT Championship and stuff like that. I always overtook someone on the start line. That actually happened. What race was I doing? I was doing the... Oh, God. What race was it? I was doing the... Something with the speeds, the VX220 that I was just using. I think it was like the mid-engine challenge or something. And I was like concerned, like, because obviously that car only has like 140 horsepower. And I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do it the mid-engine challenge in this 140 horsepower Vectra. Vectra engine Lotus. So I bought some sports softs for it, did the first race, and I shit you not, I was doing the event at Autumn Ring, and I started 5th. Because whoever was in 6th, I'd already overtaken them. And you know that warm-up bit where it's like, get ready, and everyone does 50 miles an hour? I'd overtaken someone. And from that point onwards, as it turns out, the MR challenge was a piece of piss. So I think, I'm not entirely sure on this, but I think it's because the Spec 2 mod resets it, so like every road car, instead of starting on... Because road cars in this game generally start on like a random selection of tyres. They either come on like road tyres or they'll come on sports hards, I think. So a lot of them come on sports hards. And this has sort of rebalanced it, so they all come on road tyres across the board. Supposedly to add some challenge. But I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think the AI cars are also handicapped by that. And so as a result, it actually makes most events easier. Brick car, very colourful grid. Yeah, it's... I mean, it's cheap UK motorsport. I mean... UK motorsport is basically brick car, the British GT Championship, which is pretty boring, British TCR, which is pretty boring, and then we have like the 24 hours of car racing, which is like a thing. You can do like a 24-hour race in a car. We have like the mini challenge and stuff like that. So, and then of course, you know, I mean, to be honest, the top British motorsport is the British Touring Car Championship, which is a bunch of angry northerners driving souped-up hatchbacks smashing into each other, which basically sums up Britain. Yeah, good to hear from you too, gamers. Take care, buddy. Thanks for coming out. Always appreciated. Yeah, that's the thing. You can go car racing. They do like a car endurance league. So 24 hours of felines. No, not cat. Car. Ford car. Car. Like the Mark 1 car. Because the joke is now all Mark 1 cars, like Mark 1 car road cars, don't exist anymore. They've all either been turned to road cars or they've all rotted to nothing. So there's the joke with that one. Win all events of the 1 Series trophy. If I, honest to God, if I win a 120D from this, I'm going to throw myself out of a window. I'm still pissed off I won a Xantia for the BMW Cup, from the Citroen 2CV race. That was very annoying when that happened. Okay, we take those. We take those. Club M. Do I actually? I don't think I have an M car. I don't think you can buy one from the used dealer and I'm not spending 74 grand for the M3. I'm not spending 74 grand on the M3. I would say I'd rather have a CSL, but I'm also not spending that much money on a CSL. The M5's better, but still, like, no. I'll win the M3 GTR race car and then use that. Did I finish the boxer races, actually? Because I was doing those. Ah! No, I didn't. I need a boxer engine car. No, not that. Apparently the RSC just doesn't have an engine. I remember I got mogged when I showed up in my Pro Drive Subaru. Is this any tyres? Or is it specifically sports? Because part of me kind of wants to buy, like, a roof would be quite good for this, but I don't know. Do I really want to... I kind of like keeping my Impreza stock, I'm not going to lie. But I'm concerned I'm just going to buy a roof. And it's gonna... The Cruiser finally gets stashed away. Jesus, Multiplers is still around? God. Fucking... I can't believe you... Just for the chat's awareness, by the way. Ender bought a PT Cruiser Cabrio. He's German. And he bought a PT Cruiser. Which I still think is truly remarkable. So he's my spirit animal, really, because he just buys weird shit. And I would, if I wasn't addicted to buying Hondas on finance. Do you know what? I'm just going to use that and I'm just going to upgrade it, because I'm not that bothered about the... I should really do this to my Pro Drive Impreza, because I actually quite like driving that thing, but I'm going to do it with my older Impreza. I don't know how to dump hundreds into this, because I wasn't that far off in this race from what I remember. It is on Sports Softs already. We'll do the weight reduction. Won't go that far. Actually, shall I just whack one of those ridiculous hybrid turbos on it? Should we just go all out? Now that we're like actually like upgrading stuff, I'll just whack one of those ridiculous hybrid turbos on it that you can get in this game. There we go. So for those of you who don't know, a hybrid turbo in this game will give you... Go semi-racing. Oh, I could have gone with the original suspension actually. For those of you who don't know, a hybrid turbo in this game will give you... it's basically, unlike where you have like stage 1 turbo, which is like a low pressure turbo, stage 2 is a high pressure turbo, stage 3 is sort of a moderate turbo, and then stage 4 is like all high peak performance. A stage 5 turbo, or the original turbo as it's called in this, gives you power the entire way across the rev range. It's literally like a modern turbo engine, pretty much. Of course, when I upgrade this Impreza, the only roof that shows was an RCT. Admittedly, it is at the front again though, so 2002 turbo, it's GT7. That's quite cool. Doesn't that game already have a 3-litre CSL though? It's been broken for a year. Jesus. I mean, it is a Chrysler PT Cruiser. I'm not surprised that it's broken. I'm surprised that you're dedicated enough to it to not just get rid of it or use it as a skip. But I also love how that's probably like the only PT Cruiser that's ever taken on the Nürburgring. What's broken about it anyway? I'm kind of curious. This feels a lot quicker than it did before. I attempted this race a couple of times and I just kept getting roofs. Realistically, the role in terms of AI that you want in this race is you want the... If you're going to get a roof, you kind of want it to be starting towards the back. Now, I would have bought an RCT, but you can't buy them from the dealership, and I'm sort of convinced I'm going to get one as a prize car. So that's why I've sort of held off buying the roofs. Excuse me. Because roof also has a special event, which if I win a roof from this, I will showcase to you. Because I don't really fancy buying one of the old roofs, and I don't really fancy buying the Boxster, because it's the Boxster. The clutch went on it. Ah. God, you had that thing for 5 years? Jesus, I'm old. Oh my God. I'm getting old far before my time. I remember when you bought that thing, because I remember when you was like asking about first cars and people were like, oh, you should get a Civic, you should get a Mini, and you was like, oh, I've bought a 2.4 litre PT Cruiser convertible. And suddenly it all made sense. That constantly happens, by the way. I don't know what it is about this track, but seemingly when you go on the brakes on that corner, the car just goes like that. It was doing that in an Evo that I was driving before, and I haven't had it in an Impreza until just now. Ooh, God. It always feels like the brake bias on this is kind of off. This is why, whenever anyone's, you know, if anyone expects me to do Hot Lap Classic for GT4, it's not happening. Because I cannot make heads or tails of the physics, ever. If we do a series on GT4, every car's going to run bone stock, because there are so many pitfalls. Like, GT4's the game where I would probably do Hot Lap Classic on GT3 over GT4 in its current guise, because GT4's were like, they actually got you to try and pay attention to what you was doing. Like, GT2, you can completely wing it. Like, you don't have to do any tuning to the cars. You can just upgrade everything, and they'll still be, like, reasonably quick. But GT4 is when, like, they made it so, you know, like, all the differentials. Like, you couldn't just put, like, the fully customizable LSD in a car and it'd be fine. Like, it want you to put in the it'd want you to put in the like type 1 diff, because it's not as, because you only need a one-way LSD, and if you have a 1.5-way LSD or a 2-way LSD or a fully customizable LSD, it's not as good. Or you need to like actually do work on the differential. I remember when we was doing GT4, we had a bit of a code nerd. And every single time we was like preparing a front wheel drive car or a rear wheel drive car, just ask him, what upgrades do I actually need to put into this? Because I'm not that bothered. Please, no, this is the worst possible time for you to do this in Impreza. Worst possible time for that to happen. It's fine, I think we're fine. This event was really difficult, and I've just completely fucked up the entire time I was doing that. In one sitting. Okay, sure. Always put full LSD. Listen. I always go balls to the wall when it comes to a borderline yet still rational decision. Nice. Alright, give me a roof. Give me a roof, give me a roof. Give me a roof or I'll hit the fucking roof. What's just give me that Impreza that I've just used to beat this? That is a roof. That's what we wanted. Cool. Those are from Retro Achievements, which is like a plugin that PCSX2 has. Pretty much. So that's sort of TLDR of where that one's from. Alright, we can play around with the roof special event. I think we're going to respray this though. I don't know what colour we're going to go for, but we'll go for a different colour. I think it's just like a plugin. You have to create an account, but that's like pretty straightforward. I kind of like that sort of purpley pink, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, it's $7 to respray the car. Never fucking mind. I don't dislike this colour, so we'll stick with that. Peugeots are 15% off. Hold the horses. What do we got? 206 Club. Right, I need to buy a 206. So I'm going to take the end of school of thought and go 206. Needs to be a 206 that's reasonably quick. So I'm going to buy the 206cc. And that's how Ender buys cars. I'm also going to get a 106 while I'm here, because I like the 106. I'm kind of digging that yellow. I usually don't go for whatever the first colour is on a car, but I kind of dig that yellow. I feel like you're not going to win a 106 from the... I've got to buy this in a colour that isn't white just to piss people off. I feel like the 206 Cup's supposedly easier. I'm assuming you'd still win like a 205 rally car or something from it, so I'm not going to... I mean, I kind of go, yeah, the Peugeot 307 while I'm here as well. I actually don't hate the 307, so... I didn't do this, so when like the Japanese cars went on sale, I didn't do that, and I really should have done. I'm starting to realise, because to be fair, back when that was happening, I didn't have fuck you money. I sort of have fuck you money now, so I should really take advantage of the 50% off sales, because just a little Spec 2 thing for you, not that. If you go into stats, what's quite cool is there's actually a thing there, so you can see at the bottom number of cars owned, and like it gives you a list that you're supposed to get out of 743. If I was really smart, actually, I'd take advantage and buy both 206s. Well, apparently the Peugeot sales ended, so who cares? So this is good. I haven't played this event yet, but from this sound, it's quite interesting. So it's like a 1 lap race on the Nürburgring against the Yellow Bird. And I'm assuming if you win this, you get the Yellow Bird. I think that's how this works anyway. So there's a little bit of a different... Wait, where's the Yellow Bird? Oh, it's there. So this is kind of cool. 106 still doesn't breach the €10,000 mark. Oh my god. I need to get to Europe then, because 106 rallies here are like 25 grand cars. I remember seeing one once and I lost my fucking mind. Because it was when I was at college as well. I wasn't sure if it was like owned by like a college kid or if it was just like passing by. But it was like a really late 106 rally, and like I say, I lost my fucking mind. Speaking of Yellowbird. Who is Yellowbird? I saw you mention this in the RX-7 comment section. I didn't know who it was. I didn't know if it was like a friend of yours or something. Is that the... Like, I swear there's a guy on YouTube called Yellowbird, but I've got no idea. I might have even watched one of his videos. If someone, like, shouts out a video title he did, I might remember who that is. I remember I've seen a couple of the... sort of... I'll be honest, this is going to sound really bad. I don't really watch other people play Gran Turismo. I used to, don't get me wrong. I sat through, oh god, what was it? What was the guy's video? I'm terrible at Nürburgring, by the way, and this is... Actually, I'll tell you, that was quite nicely held for myself, dare I say. That was also not entirely, that was not entirely planned, but I'm also not going to complain that I did it. I'm so used to just driving the roof RCT around, complex... Is it complex string or complex maze? God, rear engine cars in this game. Just braking straight lines, it's not difficult. That was some initial D style drift. Fuck yeah, brother. You stopped posting videos suddenly. Only point. Listen, that is the Porsche 911 overtake right there. I just realised. I've never noticed that before about the RCT. It's got little intakes underneath the wings. So not like a 911 Turbo that like has all that exposed. It's actually got like a little... Because I'm not entirely sure if the RCT is based on a 911 Turbo or if this is... Because the RCT, this is a 2000 model. I don't know if the Turbo came out by 2000 from 996s. Because the Turbo usually comes... Like, they usually just sell Carreras for a couple... Mind you, I suppose Carrera came out in 98, so... Maybe. I'm not sure. Hot Lap Classic and GT3 Complex String. I am going to blow people's brains here. I'm kind of into Complex String. I really like it. Now, it is a track that I would not be able to get nearly consistent enough to do a series on it. But I am a big fan of Complex String because it literally has like every corner. Like every possible corner exists on Complex String. I'm kind of sad it never came back. Such a pain to drive. I remember back in Forza 5, I did a series called Forza Top Gear Laps, which I would love to do, but Forza doesn't have a Top Gear track or is very good anymore. Based on the 996 Carrera, thank you very much. I thought it was, I didn't think it was a turbo. But anyways, back when I used to do Forza Top Gear Laps back in the day, I remember on Forza Motorsport 5, I drove the Yellowbird, and it turns out, I didn't know this at the time, so I drove it, and then I got used to it. Did you know, after 100 miles an hour in the Yellowbird in Forza, the front end just lifts? Like, at random, it'll just lift. And so you don't have any, like, front wheel steering for, like, when it's doing that, you can't steer on the front wheels. So that's kind of interesting, to say the least. So, yeah, that was a thing that happened. It was good fun. But yeah, God, whose video was it that I, like I say, I definitely watched a guy play through, because, oh God. Is Yellowbird the guy that did the Gran Turismo 4, like, starter car tier list video? I think I've tried to watch that a few times, and I'll be honest, a lot of that goes over my head. You know, when people say tier list, I'm literally expecting, like, a tier list. Whereas that was just, like, sort of a bit of a... Yeah, okay. It was a bit of a poorly structured video, that, to be honest, but... It was very interesting. The guy obviously knew what he was talking about, which I really appreciate when someone like knows what they're on about. But yeah, I know who you mean now. But yeah, I don't watch a lot of those sort of Gran Turismo content guys. I've seen a couple of Dustin Eden videos. He's alright, but yeah, Gran Turismo. Realistically, I sort of missed my band on the Gran Turismo thing. I should have really been making like GT content in like sort of 2001 to 2023, 2021 to 2023, because that's when that all got like quite big, like doing challenge rooms and stuff with his sense of humour. Like I can't say I watched it enough to really. I've just seen that one video. I think I've seen that one video hit, and I've seen that one video of God, it's a Yank. I can't remember his name. Squishy or something. He did like a playthrough using no Japanese cars or something, and that was okay. I have this... God, I know this sounds awful, so... I know this sounds awful, but... Oh my God! That's not good. I know this sounds awful, but I'm streaming, so I'm sorry if this makes you think less of me as a person, I guess. But for as awful as it sounds, whenever someone like mentions constantly in a video that they were like sick, and so they didn't play this thing, it's just like, Like, I'm very much just sort of suck up and go on for it sort of thing. So, wherever I'm sick, like, I've done videos while I was sick. Then, if you ever want a really good one, I did a Forza 2 Let's Play video when I had no voice. Like, my voice completely died halfway through a stream at one point. This was in, like, 2016 where I had a shitty snowball. But, yeah, I can't remember what episodes it was, but, like, my voice just completely collapsed. And, you know, like, when it's, like, all cracking and stuff. Because I think that was... God. That happened. And then I had literally no voice for, like, a day after that. And then the final day, please tell me that's enough to throw him off course. It is. Cool. This was the most terrible way to show off what is actually quite a cool event in this game. But yeah, I remember that happened, and 8 minutes, Jesus. I remember that happened, and then, like, the day after that, I had to try out at a job in a bar, and my voice had never completely recovered. But fortunately, the music in that bar was so loud, you couldn't tell the fact that, like, my voice was, like, cracking and fucking just obliterated and gone. I think that actually helped me in the end, because by the end of the night, I did alright. Yep, well, that's what I thought it would be. Win the yellow bird, not gonna complain. I love me a yellow bird. I actually think that's pretty much all the roofs I actually want to own in this game as well. I don't want that fucking Boxster piece of shit. And then... oh, CTR2, yeah. I'm not spending 300 grand on a roof. But if I was, I'd like that very much. Did Korea have any one-make events? There is a one-make Hyundai event. Fuck it. Should we... we're going to end off with the ugliest car in this game. We are driving the Hyundai Tiburon Turbulence. Look at that facelift. The general point of a facelift is you're supposed to make cars look better, and they didn't. Fortunately, the Tiburon sort of got better. I quite like this one. I remember saving up 500 grand to buy that in GT PSB, because I thought it was like some rare, ridiculous vehicle, and it turns out it wasn't. It turns out it wasn't. It was just the Hyundai Coupe with a thing. I am using an Xbox... it's not an Xbox One controller anymore, is it? This is an Xbox Series X controller that I bought for my ex. And, like, we used it once to play Black Ops 2 Zombies. And then never really used it again until my 360 controller, my dearly departed 360 controller I had for about 14 years, the wire on it finally exploded. And so, as a result, I somehow managed to connect this. I think it's Bluetooth connected to my PC. And it's worked, so I've just sort of left it. So that's the control I use. So the reason you can hear it sort of like clacking and stuff is because it is actually pretty much brand new. And I don't really... Before I sort of pushed it into service for Hot Lap Classic, I mean, outside of THLC, I don't really play that many games on my PC anymore. I used to play a lot of F1, but I've kind of got a bit... Like, F1 24 is better than people give it credit for, but I'm sort of... Like, I did all 10 seasons of F1 21. I did it on my Twitter account. And sort of ever since then, I'll play the F1 games for a couple of seasons and then I'll get sort of bored. Because I've like played it so many times, like before that I like non-stop played it, so I'm kind of like, I don't really want to do that every single year. I think F1 24, I've done the first... No, I haven't even done the first season. I think I'm partway through the first season. Playing as Valtteri Bottas, because of course I am. And yeah. The AI is weird as hell in that game. I won Monaco, which is like the most ridiculous thing ever. I won Monaco in a Sauber. The first points I scored were in a win in Monaco, so that was something. And I have got the AI on like the correct difficulty. I don't know why it did what it did, but fair enough. I love how Korean cars sucked for 20 years and then immediately didn't for some reason. Yeah. I mean, Tron is gutless. I don't think this is V6. I think this is a 2-litre. I'm not sure. We'll check the description afterwards. But, yeah. Korean cars, like, I don't know, man. I think it was... God. Because it was weird, because, like, I feel like Korean cars were... They sound so backwards-handed to the Koreans, because they build decent cars now. But I feel like the one thing that helped the Koreans more than anything was, like, all these scrappage schemes that happened around the world. Like, you had the British scrappage scheme, which killed a lot of, like, Ford Focuses, and... I can actually read you the entire list. That might be a stream idea one day. I'll read you the entire list of everything that died in the scrappage scheme. It's heartbreaking. But I think there's like 32 Mazda RX-7s on there or something. And I think because of that, a lot of people traded those cars in for diesel Kia Ceeds and Sportages and Hyundai i10s and crap like that. Because it wasn't... You know, the people who took advantage of the scrappage scheme probably aren't like... Let's be honest, they're not like... super like they didn't have like super amounts of money, I guess, so they just bought loads of like cheap Korean crap. And then obviously you had cash for clunkers in America, and people moved out of, you know, Buick Centuries and Park Avenues and name another slightly crap American car. Why is there so many damn triple-on turbulences in this race? Jesus Christ. Got that V6, yeah. But no, a lot of people like went out after that and bought Sonatas, you know, and Kia Fortes and other crap, so... I think that helped the Koreans a lot, sort of establish a bit of a market, and then people got into them thinking they'd be like terrible and only bought them because they were cheap. And then they were like, hey, this is actually pretty good. And then, obviously, then they produced... I think it was like the Tucson and the Santa Fe sort of helped them out. As much as everyone would like to say, it's like, oh, they became cool because of the Kia Stinger and the Genesis. It's just like, nah, not really. People didn't really care about those cars. They just sort of realise, like, driving a car that doesn't have a cool badge on it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Because it doesn't. I mean, who really cares? You know. There are certain cars that are, like, entirely helped by their badge appeal. Maserati, for example. You know, Maserati, you can buy like a Quattroporte for $6,000. You tell people you're driving a Maserati and they're like, ooh. So, certain cars are like, all they have is their badge, and then other cars, like, it really doesn't matter. But I feel like for like BMW and Audi and stuff, like, they're not any better than like an average car these days. You know, a 1 Series is basically a Mini. An Audi A3 is basically a Golf, that's basically a Seat Leon, that's basically a Skoda Octavia. Like, it doesn't really matter, you know. I think that's why cars aren't very interesting anymore, really, is there's not really... There's no such thing as a truly awful car anymore. Like, you know, everyone jokes about, like, ooh, Teslas are bad, or, ooh, BMW's so ugly, da 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 da. And it's like, yeah, but like, the actual, like, the cars aren't like, awful. They're not like a PT Cruiser convertible or, you know, the Hyundai Triberon Turbulence. There's no such thing as a bad car anymore. However, maybe the newer Moda I've heard is like wretched. But that's just because it's a Chinese car that shouldn't have a petrol engine and they put a petrol engine in it. Because you need that to appeal to Europeans because we don't really buy electric cars. So, or at least unless we're Scandinavian, apparently, because they seem to. But yeah, like, there's no such thing as like a bad car anymore. You know, you sort of point on a map, you're going to end up with something pretty good. I'm sure there is, just to clarify, I'm sure there is in like Malaysia or in like China. You know, I was reading today you can still buy like a 1997 Nissan Patrol in like the Middle East. Also, watch this, by the way. That is how you drive Hong Kong, because this track sucks. It looks very pretty, and that's where it sort of starts and ends. So, and bounce. I think the Genesis Coupe never really. I mean, you got to think like these days, like the Coupe's kind of dead. Like, imagine buying anything EV from Volkswagen. Listen, I'm a big fan. I'm a fan of some EVs. One EV I'm a massive fan of is the Volkswagen ID.7, because it's genuinely the only good EV Volkswagen's ever actually built. Because it does exactly what you want an EV to do. It just goes very far, and it's uncomplicated. Not a fan of Hong Kong. Yeah. I feel like GT4 had a lot of good tracks and a lot of misses, and Hong Kong's a miss. Hong Kong's pretty crap, to be perfectly honest. It ain't great. Ah, finally, we get to drive this car around the place where you're supposed to drive a Hyundai Triberon Turbulence. It's really hard to say, by the way. There's a lot of T's in there. I also love it how I could have done this. I think I've won a Hyundai concept car, the Clicks or something. But no, you are right. Like, it's like I was saying a little bit, I think before you joined the stream. Like, the MG4 is just better than an ID3 in every single way, and it's cheaper. I mean, the funny thing is, like, you know, I find it quite funny, like, everyone goes on about how good Chinese EVs are. I've noticed, if you watch Doug DeMiro, you'll notice him say, oh, the Chinese are so far ahead of us when it comes to, like, electric cars. Like, no, they're better for, like, they buy more of them than us. But their electric cars aren't better. Like, the electric cars we've had to the UK, like, the BYD Seal's cool, but it's basically a slightly worse Tesla Model 3. I mean, it's better because it has, like, actual buttons, and I would buy one over a Model 3 because it has something the Model 3 doesn't, and that's styling. And, you know, it's not a fucking Tesla. But, yeah, like, stuff like the BYD Atto 3 is, like, no better than a Peugeot E2008 or a Jeep Avenger EV or whatever such vehicle you want to throw at it. And I suppose the problem, at least, I mean, I'm sure in Germany it's different, because Europe has, like, far more Chinese EVs than we do. But, I mean, we're getting there. But, like, I don't know, the Chinese EVs, like, they aren't any better. They compete on pricing. And I mean, over here, I mean, an Atto 3, I guess because we've got some sort of tariff on it, or I don't know what, but an Atto 3 is 36 grand. The Peugeot E2008 is less than that. And a Peugeot E3008 is 40k. But of course, the joke is neither of them can sell them for that, and like, you can buy an E3008 for like 27. God, I need more power for this. That kind of sucks. I think a streamer I watched said he bought a Tesla. And so he's from New York, so I think my Model 3 and GT7, I just put New York plates on it and called it a day. So that's pretty boring. I mean, there's like taxi liveries and stuff, because I think New York's full of the fucking things as taxis now. The Afala, yeah, they're bringing that out. I don't like it because it's got the fucking yoke steering wheel, which seems to be like a thing the Japanese have sort of gone for, because the Afala has it, and the, oh God, what is it? The Lexus RZ450 has it as well, which is the Lexus version of the Toyota BZ4X, if you didn't know. I mean, what are you doing? Living under a rock if you don't know what the Lexus RZ450 is? But, you know. Are you saying that they're gonna do the fucking... God, what is it? What film was that? Which Fast and Furious was it where, like, the hacker took over, like, all the cars? And, like, half of them didn't make sense because they were just, like, fucking second-gen Priuses or whatever. I'm just going to go for the biggest yeet on this final corner, on this first corner, and sort of see if it sticks. Yeah. I'm not surprised then. I mean, Volkswagen doesn't offer anything you'd actually want. The ID4 is terrible. The ID3 is so bad they've had to... I remember when that first came out and they were like, oh no, this is going to be the new Golf. This is going to be the future of the Golf lineage is going to be the ID3. And it really wasn't. So... yeah, Volkswagen Group doesn't really offer anything that really, like, competes. Like, you may as well just buy a BYD, it's probably better. But the ID4's always sucked. I am going to buy tyres. I think that's the solution to this. Obviously, you'd think straight line speed because we're in Korea. But let me tell you, the 1999 Hyundai Triberon Turbo Runts is the greatest high-performance vehicle to ever contain performance that is high. And so, as a result, we don't need any more. Is this a V6? No, it's a... Cool. Wait, it's a what? What does that say? Oh, 4G, 4GF, right. I thought that said fucking 6... What's the Mitsubishi engine called? The 4G63? Whatever it was. There isn't one German brand that makes an X. Yeah, but Ender, they can't sell Taycans. Like, I don't know if they have this issue in Germany, but over here, like, Porsche won't buy your Taycan off you because they can't sell the fucking things. They're, it's pretty bad. Well, no, I mean, you're right. I mean, BMWs, their cars are really ugly, but BMW's kind of getting there with EVs, as you expect. I think the best sort of... I think the funniest one with EVs is Nissan, because Nissan was there before, like, everyone else. And if Nissan was smart, they could have really crafted a niche in, like, 2020 and onwards, where, like, those things became popular for, like, a year. But they literally created the Leaf and then did nothing. And then they've created the fucking Nissan Ariya, which sounds far too close to a concerning word that was used by certain people that may or may not have originated in Germany. And it's like a whatever car. Oh hey, Lenny Wolf, how you doing, boss? How's GTA Sweeper Edition coming on? That's a blast from the past, and by the past I mean like 4 months ago. Well, the sports tyres have significantly improved this vehicle's handling, if nothing else. Yeah, I think you could probably get an Aria for like $249 deposit, $249 down. Like, I've heard some of the EV deals in America is insane. Oh wait, sorry, no. The Aria one I heard was they were doing, in a dealership in California, was doing $199 down, $199 a month for an Aria. Which is like insane. There was, if you want to laugh, there was a Fiat dealer in Colorado, because that's where you put Fiat dealers, that was offering, I think they still offer it actually, they were doing a 500e lease where you pay nothing, you just pay taxes and that's it, and you get your 500e for free, which is pretty nuts, really. Yeah, but isn't that like a European lease where you just like, if you don't want the car at the end of it, you just don't pay for it and end up back at square one? Where by that point, Nissan won't be a brand, so who cares? Fiat is such a circus. Yeah, 500e is a good car. The 500e is a great car. The problem with the 500e is no one wants one because it's not. It doesn't, you know, work for anyone. Europeans don't want EVs. Americans don't want it because it's a Fiat, and like it's not really even that competitive, you know. So that's why they're sticking a petrol engine in it. Wow. Fairly certain that's what you get in the standard game. Because yeah, believe it or not, that event is in the standard game. It's just not in the. It's not. You can't usually drive the Hyundai Triberon Turbo Runts for it. Check out the used dealer. What have we got? I've already done the Mirage race. Wait, what? What? Why? What? Huh? Do I buy this? I mean, I should buy this, right? Or am I gonna get this as a prize car? I'm just gonna leave that up. Wait, what? Isn't that a new car that you can buy? I'm buying an A2 used. That's a new car. I mean, I have to buy that. That's Wendy House. Check out the GT2 LP if you don't know what the Wendy House was. It was a fantastic. Who knows in the mod? Yeah. There's a wait. I'm so fucking confused. There's an M3 CSL for sale. Why? What? You buy this new? Why are you over? There's like literally no cars in here that are from like the actual like used car lot. And it's just a bunch of shit you could just buy anyway. 64 grand for a Viper, damn. What's in this one? Lotus Carlton, nice. I'm not actually sure what day I'm on, to be perfectly honest. Wait, hold on a second. Why is that one 5 grand and that one's what? I'm so fucking confused. What day am I on? 4:46. Right, okay. I kind of want to know if that in practice is a prize card, but I'm also trying not to ruin any of the prize cards for myself. Some of these are rare. I know that's rare. I mean, I'll have a carbon gear for 7 grand. Fuck it. You don't understand that. See how else leather trimmed cup holders. Alright. They know my weakness. I've got to buy a Europa. I see a Europa, I've got to buy a Europa. That's just how that works. God, this is all bad ideas. I mean, this is cheap. It's £4 grand. I feel sorry for it. It's £4 grand. Classic. Oh. Well, that's the end of that. Now there's only a fucking Carol. I don't want a Carol. It's £4 grand because it has 0 functional use. Yeah, but you can't put a price on, what's the word I'm looking for? Emotional value. What's in here now? You see, we've gone back to normal now. There's just 98s and 99s and... Do you think I'm going to regret not buying that, thing? Probably not, right? I don't really care. Do I care? No, I don't care. What's in here now? Yeah, I haven't bought a Panda yet. What are you going to do about it? God. I thought I was about to tell me Hyundais were on sale and I was going to shoot myself. This hasn't got any special events around it. No, good. Don't want to fucking do them anyway because I hate that car. I have no idea what that City Slickers event or this one's gonna be. I feel like that's a lot of cars. I mean, surely like that pro driving Pretzer I got's gonna be the best one. I can use the RSC. Ah, there we go. Now it all makes sense. Where's it gone? My favourite homologation special. The Toyota RSC. To be fair, I've got to put tyres on this to make it useful. I mean, to make it better, obviously, you know, there's no such thing as a bad Toyota. Apart from the two that just showed up on the screen, anyway. Oh, it's already on sports tyres. Cool, don't have to worry about that then. I will save some money. Should I paint this in one of the other colours it comes in? How much does it cost to paint it? Alright, I accidentally clicked on the oil change, but I'll do the oil change. Why not? Fuck it. Huh, I've never noticed that before. You could see him like fade out and then reappear halfway through the car. I always thought the animation he just did an entire roll down the side of the car the entire time, but no. Apparently not. 15 no, I'm sorry. The RSC's staying grey. I'm sorry. I'd love to paint it blue, but I'm not bending 15 grand on that. Right, El Capitan, Toyota RSC. I'm gonna win this. I'm not just gonna win. I'm gonna fucking dominate. I'm gonna crush. Like a real man would. I could beat all of the cars in this. Some of them have to do the whole roll. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I'd do the whole roll now. Oh my god. Why was there so much wheel spin? Isn't this four-wheel drive? What the fuck? Fucking Alpine. Where did that Alpine like start in the lead or something? And now this Evo and this Peugeot, whatever it is, have just fucked off. 205 T16. Listen, this is the greatest homologation car of all time, and you cannot. It's 1090 power split. Nice. 205 T16 who? You won a World Rally Championship when? Bro, I don't know if you know this, the Toyota RSC is about to become the most successful World Rally car ever. Like, this is 2004. This car's coming. Like, this is gonna be honest, right, let's be perfectly clear. I don't care if you like crossovers or not. The RSC is cool as fuck. The RSC is literally like the Rally Via-Cross. If you like the Via-Cross, you like the Toyota RSC. I would have bought one of these. This thing is so fucking cool. It's got a roof scoop. It's got roof scoops from stock. That's how you know it's cool. This thing is so bad. Unironically, I am a big fan of the RSC. I always have been, because it's just so bizarre looking. It's everything I love about Toyota. It's weird, yet it completely works. I think I'm like the only person that, like, when they saw the RSC rally car as a prize car, they didn't immediately sell it and go get another one. I cherished my RSC rally car. Because I think it's like one of the first like major rally cars that you get as well. So like it actually is pretty good at like the hard events later on, because it has like 400 odd horsepower, I think. So, but no, unironically, big fan of the RSC. Looks like a puffer fish. I know. Listen, how do you not love a car that has a hood scoop, factory dual roof scoops, centre-mounted exhausts, and like a full glass tailgate that includes the little wing like a Civic? Like, this thing is baller as fuck. It's so cool. And it looks like a weird like Toyota GT4 from the back. And look at the wing mirrors as well. I love everything about it. Like I said, unironically, they should have... I think there's two concept cars that stick out in this game that they should have built. And the Toyota RSC is like my personal like... they should have built this because it would have been amazing. I think the one they should have actually built is the Mitsubishi ZZ3 tarmac. They should have built that, because I think, to be perfectly honest, it probably would have... If they did a four-wheel drive Colt that they still produce to this day, Mitsubishi might actually still be slightly credible. And they're not, as it turns out. They're really not. Because Mitsubishi builds rebadged Renaults here, and then I guess they sell cars in America. I don't know what they are. But, Fanboy the Viper, what is up, bro? That is an OG fan right there. I'll tell you that. He knows the real shit about the Toyota RSC. But no, I think the two concept cars they should have produced in this game are the RSC and the Mitsubishi ZZ3 tarmac. I'm sorry, right? You cannot... I get it, it's cool. It looks cool, it's great, and all the rest of it. I'm sorry. The Cadillac CN would not have worked. The same, like, it really annoys me. This is going to be really controversial. It really annoys me when people are like, oh, Mercedes killed the Chrysler ME412. If they built that, Chrysler would be great. It's like, no, Mercedes had the right idea. They would have sold two at a massive loss. Like, and then it would have been appreciated like 20 years after it came out. No one wants a fucking Chrysler supercar. And the same way no one wanted a Cadillac supercar in 2002. Do you know what Cadillac was famous for in 2002? Building the cars the guys from The Sopranos drove around in. They weren't cool. Yeah, exactly. The XLR, which absolutely appealed to Cadillac's core audience, sold nothing. Which proves the CN would have been a mistake. And I... I'm right. Shocked Mitsubishi Selker. Yeah, I've seen the Nissan-Honda merger. It's gone quiet. I think it's come out since then. Like, Honda... What was it? What did the Honda president say? They asked him, like, oh, why this merge? And he said, that's a really difficult question to answer. By the sounds of it, they're doing it because they want to prevent... There's like a Chinese company. I think they make mobile games or something. And they really want Nissan, and I think they're a bit worried this company is basically gonna find out, like, all of the Japanese secrets behind the car industry or whatever. So, yeah, it screams Mercedes Chrysler to me. So, I think the smart move for that Honda merger would be let Honda just build the cars they want to build and that they're building now to their loyal fan base, and then just turn Nissan into an EV only brand and just rebadge the Nissans that come out as Hondas. I think that's the only way it can really work, because let's be honest, no one cares about any of Nissan's petrol cars. The one good thing that might come out of this is going to sound bad. The one good thing that might come out of this is Infiniti might finally die, as it should do, and as it should have done several years ago. Oh, yeah. It's like, even like the Volkswagen Nardo. I love the Volkswagen Nardo. That car is cool as fuck, but it wouldn't have worked. It just wouldn't have worked. It just wouldn't have. The Passat W8 and the Phaeton, Volkswagen can make fantastic cars, but it's a Volkswagen. Yeah. They still... I don't even think the R35 is in production anymore. I think they stopped it now. They've done, like, final editions. That's done, isn't it? What's wrong with Infiniti? Infiniti hasn't built a credible car since the G35. It's hard to be a luxury brand when all of your vehicles go into rental fleets, as basically we can't afford to give customers Mercedes, so we'll give them Mercedes or similar, which means you're going to be driving an Infiniti QX60 around all weekend if you rent a car. Like, Infiniti's just dead. It really is. Passat W8. I love the Passat W8. Do you know my favourite thing about the Passat W8 is how I discovered the Passat W8 existed? I discovered the Passat W8 thanks to the Real GTA 3 mod, which was a mod for Grand Theft Auto 3. I would love to stream it sometimes, but it, like, completely destroys... Like, it doesn't... I think, actually, last time I played it on my new PC, it wasn't too bad, so maybe I'll play it at some point. But the Real GTA 3 mod was, like, some mod that came out in, like, 2002. Then it had the Passat W8 as, like, one of the cars. And that was how I found out the Passat W8 existed. I remember, like, busting the bonnet off it and seeing, like, the fucking polygon texture of a W8. And I was like, yeah, that is something I want. Can we just, like, give it up for the Gen 5 Passat? That car must have... Like, I often think about... It's a weird thought, this, so... No, the Turismo was replaced by the Mercedes-Benz C200 in that mod. It was a replacement for the... God, I think it was something you wouldn't expect. Like, it was a replacement for, like, a fucking Esperanto or something weird. But, yeah, because the... Ooh. What was it? I think the Sentinel was an Audi S8, I want to say. I think. But no, the B5 Passats, like... I often think, again, like I say, weird thought. I often think about the car that has, like, the craziest, like, range of engines. And the Passat B5 is up there. It's like... the Passat or the... God, what is it? The Passat or the Audi A6, I think, also would be a good category for that. Because the A6 you can get with like a 2-litre TDI, or you can get it with like the fucking turbocharged fucking V10 in the RS6, which is pretty cool. Plymouth continued. I think Plymouth was... I don't know. Plymouth's a difficult one, because Plymouth was... I mean, I could be wrong here, because I'm not American, as you can tell. As far as I'm aware, Plymouth was like almost like the luxury Dodge. So you had like... Dodge was the performance... Oh, Pontiac was the performance brand. No, Dodge was like the base brand. Then you had Pontiac that did like the ultra performance versions. And then the Plymouth was like a middle ground, so like a luxurious Dodge, almost. I think that's how that works. Yeah. I think... Oh. Pontiac was not related to Plymouth? Oh, sorry, Pontiac's GM, isn't it? Sorry, that was a brain spat. No, Dodge was the performance brand, and then Plymouth made the, why did I say Pontiac? What am I thinking of? Chrysler, Dodge? Yeah, Plymouth was like the nice Dodge, basically. That's what I'm thinking. No, Chrysler was like the... You bought like a bog standard Chrysler, and then eventually Chrysler sort of became this like budget luxury brand that it's been desperately trying to be since 1990 with the fucking New Yorker and the Concorde. So yeah, I don't know why I said Pontiac. Pontiac's GM. Pontiac was the sporty Chevrolet. And then, but Plymouth was like their Oldsmobile though. Like it just fits into like this weird like... It's the problem with a lot of those. To be honest with you, it's the reason Mercury's dead. It's the reason why, you know, there's only really 2 GM brands left. There's only 2, like, big sort of American GM brands, which are Chevrolet and Cadillac. Obviously, Buick still exists, but it doesn't really. It should just be sold to the Chinese and done with. And then you've got Ford, which got rid of Mercury, so now it's just Ford and Lincoln. And that's sort of what you need to do, because otherwise it's like... If you have more than one brand, like, one of them either has to be the sporty one or the luxury one, and then beyond that, like, trying to differentiate them is just not going to work. It's like how Dacia, you know... You have Dacia, then you have Renault, then you have Alpine. And realistically, one of those is probably going to have to give within the next couple of years. Probably Alpine, because, let's be honest, fucking who cares about the Alpine crossovers they're making? The electric Alpine crossover. Now, where it literally doesn't matter. I am going to get a drink quickly, because my throat is going dry. So, I will be back in 2 minutes. Right, okay, we're here. Lotus is not living to see 2023. Correct. Well, I think Lotus will live. Lotus is like Aston Martin, where the name's always going to be somewhat valuable, so someone's always going to buy it. It's like Maserati. Like, even if they get sold by Stellantis, which I doubt, I think Stellantis is just going to keep hold of all of it. 2023. Yeah, that was my misspeak, but maybe it was right. But no, I don't know. I think that brand's always sort of worth something, so someone's going to buy it. If it can't work for Geely, then someone else will buy it and do something different with it. I think Lotus, I don't know. Lotus is kind of like Jag, where it doesn't really make sense. The one thing that people forget, to be fair to Lotus, is that this whole like SUV thing hasn't, like, it's not a Chinese driven thing. That it wasn't like Geely going, oh, we need to give Lotus some like thing to sell, let's give them an SUV. Lotus were planning a 7-seater SUV back in, I think, 2010, when they announced the new Esprit they were going to build, which never ended up happening. They announced a 7-seater SUV as well. Like, that was a thing that they were going to do. Because you're going to remember, Lotus didn't do... Geely's probably better at owning Lotus than Proton was. Because, you know, I remember handling by Lotus when they were owned by GM, and then all those Lotus Cam Pro engines, which were just fucking horrible, you know. So I think Lotus has been on death's door since, I mean, God, Lotus has been on death's door since fucking, like, Colin Chapman died. To be honest, and it just sort of keeps getting bought out, and it keeps sort of like going bust, and it goes like between people to people. And it's like Aston Martin. Aston Martin's gone bust. I think it's 11 times at this point. Aston Martin's gone bust, and people still keep buying that and doing stuff with it. You know, I personally, my controversial opinion is, I think, you know, everyone goes on about, oh, Lawrence Stroll's invested this much into Aston Martin. Something tells me he's not going to keep doing that, and Aston Martin's going to go soon eventually, because, like, that name, who cares? You know, I mean, I might be cynical, because I know this is weird, but when they announced the DB11 was going to be turbocharged, I thought that was like the death of Aston. Because for me, like, an Aston Martin, the second an Aston Martin becomes about anything other than it being an Aston Martin, i.e. look at it, you want it, and that's sort of it. You know, look at it, you want it, you know, you don't care about performance with an Aston Martin. You're not supposed to. It's supposed to be about the way it looks. You know, that is why you buy an Aston Martin, ultimately. And I think they've lost that now that they're doing, like, Valkyries and all this crap. Like, no one cares. You know, no one actually cares. You're kind of right. Aston Martin needs to be owned by somebody. I think Aston Martin can't be its own, like, thing like it is now, because otherwise you end up with, you know, DBX. I suppose that's another interesting thing with Lotus. You know, I remember having this argument before with someone when on Twitter, because of course it was. Someone was like, "Oh, Lotus is." I don't think Lance wants to be an F1. I think you're right. The way in interviews he just like brushes everything off. I think he doesn't really care anymore. To be perfectly honest, I think he's kind of checked out. He's kind of done with it now. I am also going to punt this guy at the sort of large braking zone, just so we're all on the same page. I could catch him if I kept driving well, but I can't be asked to keep driving well, so I'm just going to punt him. But no, I remember having this argument on Twitter with someone where they were like, oh, you know, the Lotus Electra is going to be great because Lotus needs to sell these to survive, and, you know, this is what's going to give people the big bucks. And I said at the time, and I still think I'm right to this day, like, how... I am not close enough to punt this guy. Interesting. Why is this Impreza so much quicker? I'm not buying this. Why is this Impreza so much quicker than all of the other ones for no good reason? Fuck right off with that game. Just fuck off. I am not dealing with that. But, I will eventually get this out. Get good. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to get so good, I'm just going to back out the event and re-roll and get better opponents. There we go. That's better. So I remember saying this, like, they were like, oh, the Electra is great, Lotus is going to survive, and then they can do these sports cars or whatever, because they'll have this to sell. And my sort of thought on that was just like, yeah, but realistically, right, out of all of the rich people in the world, for which there is a finite amount, there are enough rich people in the world for rich things to exist, right? There are enough rich people in the world to exist to buy 100 grand SUVs, right? That's a thing, sure. But I think there is a lot less an amount of people who have money to spend on 100 grand super SUVs that go, no, I don't want a BMW or a Mercedes or an Audi or a Volkswagen Touareg or a Porsche Cayenne or a Ferrari Purosangue or a Lamborghini Urus. What I want is a Chinese electric SUV built by a faux British brand. That's what I want. You really think there's a lot there? Like, come on. Like I say, again, I agree there's rich people in the world, but there is no way they're selling 1,000 Electras to people. Like, it's just not happening. So, that's sort of my buy-in on the Lotus thing. I don't see it. I don't get it. I don't think it was a good business decision. Aston Martin and Jaguar. Probably not the worst idea. I mean, not a win if you cause context pass. Oh yeah, you need to... Listen, I don't care. You need to play Gran Turismo 4 the exact way I would play Gran Turismo 4. And the exact way I play Gran Turismo 4 is like a racing simulation. I use my steering wheel on Gran Turismo 4 to drive perfectly perpendicular to a road. You need to buy the Pacific starter car that I started with. I started with the Nissan Silvia K's Aero 1993, and you need to do that, and then you need to race the Sunday Cup, and then from there you need to buy a turbocharger, and then go racing the front engine rear wheel drive cup, and then you will do this entirely simulation, and if you do not win a race you will get good, and you will learn the track, and you will keep doing it over and over and over again. What do you mean you're using the Toyota RSC? Are you mental? You're supposed to use the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution and put sport tyres on it and do an oil change and then put the big turbo on it. And then from there, you're supposed to use that car in the Sunday Cup. They're like, shut up, fuck off. You know what I mean? I play the game however I want to fucking play the game. Sit down, shut up, fuck off. Yeah. Get good. Yeah. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna let you into a dirty little secret. I have been playing this game for over 20 years. And at my age, I think I'm as good at this as I'm going to get. So there is no getting good. There is dealing with the fact that I'm not good, and I can live with that. Thoughts on the Jag rebrand? We covered this a little bit earlier. I think it's bizarre. The whole point of a rebrand is you're supposed to bring your customers back around. Like I said, with like the Call of Duty rebrands, when they redid Modern Warfare, the whole point of that is to like get people interested in COD again. Like bring back the old players and go, we're rebooting this thing you liked. With Jag, it's like, here is what we are doing. We are going to appeal to a customer base we've never appealed to before, and we're going to be different. And we don't care about heritage and all that, because we're going to do what we want to do. And it doesn't really work. Someone said that in the chat earlier about like Jags are going to get sold off to the Chinese, and they're probably right. That would probably be the best end game, because I bet the Chinese probably have a better idea of what to do with Jaguar than the Indians do. Not anything against the Indians, you know, they'd be great for Land Rover, to be perfectly clear. But it's evident at this point they can't manage Jaguar and Land Rover in a market where there's so much market crossover now. It was fine when Jaguar was producing just saloons and coupes, but now, you know, in the crossover world, you've got the F-Pace and the E-Pace that are literally just like rebadged Range Rovers, and it's like, well, what's the point? Hello, David. Hello, Guto Champ. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that rant. Yeah, that's how you get better. That's how you get better. You spend 30 hours in the tuning menu like I did, and you make sure the LSD is set to 0.02 and the power distribution is set to exactly 4258. Why do you not tune cars for the whole app classic? You should tune cars. Fuck off. I'd rather drive a terrible Vauxhall. Yeah, they ain't great. Hey, the ISO's almost ready. Hell yeah. Can't wait for GT4 Esports. Oh my god, you should be playing in 480p. Listen, you should be playing on correct hardware. What do you mean this is emulated? Listen, I will get you a guy. I know a guy. I will help you get a guy. He can modify your PlayStation 2 for £300. Yeah. This is emulated. What do you mean it's emulated? Straight to jail. Piracy. You are wrong. They are rebadged Opals, but also Vauxhall has a social stigma. Let's put it that way. Yeah, they aren't great. They're pretty atrocious cars. But then again, I'm no GM fan, so that probably... Composite cables. Yes, if you don't know where the red, white and yellow goes, you are wrong. I had a VGA splitter back in my day. The joke is, of course, I remember all this shit because I grew up with it, so... You know what's the best car? Toyota Prius. I actually like the Prius, so I agree. Chin chin to that. Depends on it, Dave. I mean, like, some of them are like just straight Opals, some of them are manufactured here. The vans are in Luton, or used to be. Hell yeah, that is what I thought it was going to be, and I'm excited to see that. That is exactly what I thought that was going to be. What could be worse than an Opal? I don't know. 100 grand base price premium sports lounge. Why is Club... I swear... What? What is Club and League and Club and Cup? What is the difference? Race cars only. Maximum power free... Oh! I kind of like that, actually. 345. So is this like for the touring cars, then? That's actually kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. 345. I already used that and I don't want to drive it again. I have to head back work. Night hanging back for you. Yeah, good seeing you out, Lonely Wolf. Cheers for checking out. A-Spec made me get good. Oh yeah. Mitsushiki. I like that. A-Spec is virgin. Oh god, this guy. I kind of want another GT300 car, but I don't want to buy one because I think I can probably just get one from an event. No, never mind. I've done all of Subaru's events. Experience the EV1. Hell yeah. EV1's cool as fuck. Oh, okay, fine. I don't feel like a bad person for not buying this early when it was in the used dealership, because you can just buy it now. That's only 500k. I really like the Cusco Impreza, but I don't really want to pay money for it. Did I do all the Honda events? I did do all the Honda. Of course I did all the Honda events, you know, like, you know. ASL Garaya. Yeah, actually that's not a bad shout. There's a Daihatsu event. What's the Daihatsu event? Perfect. Is there a midget for sale? Don't clip that. There is no midgets. There is but Astoria. We'll raise Copens then. Time to Copen and see them. That's actually, I've got to admit, that's quite funny. I mean, this one's got a wing. It comes in John Who Yellow. Do I want John Who Yellow with red seats or John Who Yellow with black seats? John Who Yellow with red seats is the way to go. Moxel Mariva 1.2 diesel. Do you have a favourite GT300? Oh god. Favourite GT300 car of all time is probably the Honda CRZ. In this game, probably the... I'm upgrading this, it doesn't matter, who cares. I like how this is called Copen Race and there's 3 of the fucking things. Yeah, I mean, probably the Impreza in this game. I always like the Imprezas because they're weird. I always have a soft spot for Subaru. In general, sort of my predilections to Super GT, even though I don't watch it, but I will pretend to watch it sometimes. My sort of supported cars are obviously the Team Honda for obvious reasons, and the whatever the Subaru team is, the GT300. My man's a troll. I wouldn't engage with him too much. He's funny though, but he is a troll. I kind of wish I went for the rear wing. I want the rear wing. Do you want to golf? Max Verstappen is my favourite golfer. Carlos Sainz is my favourite golfer because he has an actual golf. He isn't, just to clear it up, he's not my favourite F1 driver. My favourite F1 driver left this year. Rest in Valtteri Bottas. Is that BMG? I literally can't. I genuinely cannot make out pictures. Yellow Copen. Yep, we're Copen and Seven. I really want to get this finished before midnight. This race, not the stream. Apparently, we stream. Listen, we're pretty high on the concurrence. Yeah. I'm here for as long as the viewers are here. That's my view on things. Normally. Apparently, I'm getting an ISO for A-Spec. Jesus Christ. You should stream more often. Yeah. I mean, I've been meaning to for like the last week, to be honest. I usually... I really should have put some tyres on this. Right, okay, we're going through the gamer move. Only gamers know this strat. Only gamers miss that strat. Fuck's sake. God damn it. Alright, we'll stick tyres on it. Mint. Oh, God. You failed because car's fault. Yeah, there you go. Bad man's got it. But yeah, the I should stream more often. It's just trying to get time in like a week to stream these days is not great. So if it's gonna happen, it'll usually be a Friday night. This week's a little bit, well, the next 2 weeks are a bit different. You might just see one of these pop up every now and again because they do quite well. And occasionally people donate to me, and that makes it all worth it. And if you want to make it all worth it, click that join button next to the subscribe button. If you click that join button, you can join for just $1.99 a month. You could get a fantastic badge like Renee the Bat is advertising in the chat, and your name becomes green, which is cool. Or you can join for $4.99 and end up in the intro of the videos, but please bear in mind that that only occurs at the start of next month. So there you go. Welcome, Ender, to the SE program. There we go. That is what I'm talking about. That is why we self-fellatiate here on this channel. There you go. He's got that horrible PNG image, which means he's been a member for a long time. Jesus Christ, why is that like that? I swear I uploaded that as a proper PNG, but never mind. I clicked the wrong one. Oh yeah, heard you mention the Aston Martin Valkyrie. I did. Said I didn't like it. But if you like it, then I'll change my opinion because you remember now. We'll sub before bar to thin down my expenses. Yeah, no worries, boss. I saw that. Literally. Listen, here's the thing. Become a member today. Unless you can't afford it, in which case do not feel pressured to give anyone money. You are the only thing that actually matters in your world. Let me be perfectly clear. I am just a I could be AI for all you know. I could literally be those people who make those images on Twitter and then everyone gets really angry because you can't AI art. Hey, an artist. I could be one of those people. Could be. I could be this Daihatsu Copen right now and you wouldn't know. You literally wouldn't know. I could be a test. Could be grown in some Japanese lab. Like Shaun Ryder in that one Gorillaz song. I'm a figment of your imagination. VTuber debut. Alright. Let me be perfectly clear. There's a couple of things in this world. There is a lot of things in this world I will do for money. A lot. I like money a lot. Let me be clear. Being a VTuber is not one of those things you could pay me to do. I was really hoping this person was going to slow down more than that. Come on! Come on! No! No! You motherfucker! I should have bought the one with the wing. The one with the wing would have been better. Fuck's sake. Googly eyes on a Ford car. The worst bit is, if I was smart, I would have spent that $5 grand on the turbocharger for this Copen. It's only a fucking 33.8 spec race. Jesus Christ, fuck my life. The problem is Tsukuba's a track I really like, but Tsukuba is a really hard track to find time on, because outside of this sort of like first couple of like corners, the AI are pretty quick around here. And the other problem is, because this is Gran Turismo, you have to make your way through all the other cars. An actual Celica. Just get him to, like, search Leaker on Rule 34 and then just whatever the shocked face is, just steal that and become a VTuber that way. Welcome, Badman True, to the Members Club. Welcome to SE Specification, baby. Thank you for joining. Much, much appreciated. Hell yeah, you get a badge and a green name in chat. That is how we do it. Do you like those green names? Do you want that green name? Become a member tonight. Don't worry, in 8 minutes, I'm gonna completely flagellate. And you are all gonna hear it. My guilt trip. You know, like those like YouTube drama people. Or like those YouTubers who hate drama and they're like, listen, I need you to support my GoFundMe. My dog fell down a wishing well and I just need money to function. Or I'd be like one of those like YouTubers like, listen, I have 20,000... Whoa! Thank you, Badman True, for the $20. Fuck me. $20 and a membership. Alright, I might come back to streaming if I'm getting $20. Fuck that. Hell yeah. My YouTube paycheck early. Although I'd need to fill out my tax information. That is something I need to do. I keep getting reminded every time I open YouTube's my YouTube studio. It keeps saying resubmit your US tax information. I'm not a US citizen. I have no idea how to submit tax information. I swear I filled... Last time I filled that form out, I was like 20 and I was not paying attention. So, I had to get a meal to stream more. Listen, the one thing I definitely will do for money is stream more. Just saying. Jesus Christ, thank you so much for the $20. Fuck me. You've paid for my IKEA haul today. How do you feel? Motorland. It's asking for a 1090. What the fuck is a 1090? Isn't that a graphics card? I have a 3080. Do you reckon that'll be enough to... Listen, man. All I know here in the UK is I just get taxed to shit and I get like 20% taken off me. I think I am almost certain my YouTube tax information for the last couple of years has been completely wrong, so I've been getting taxed like way more than I should have done. But you know what I mean? I'm like in that position where I really cannot be bothered to like fill out that form correctly, so I would rather pay like an extra 10% tax on all my earnings than like actually like accidentally fill out something wrong and be like, listen, I mean, what are they gonna do? Extradite me for like $80? I'm probably fine. I should actually pay attention to this. 1090 is your self-capture, so they won't have your taxes taken out each pay, and you pay at the end of the year instead. Ah, right, okay, well, that makes sense. I get taxed every month, I think, because yeah, I can't. It's like 5 pages long. I genuinely don't remember. I should probably like. It's America, yes. Yeah, but the good news is, right, if I get like extradited to be in a US prison, technically speaking, I could become a US citizen afterwards. And that'd be great, because I could buy a Crown Victoria and live out my dreams of, I don't know, owning a 1911. Owning a 1911 and a Crown Vic, you can get a lot of places in America with a 1911 and a Crown Vic. Actually, if you want the real life hack, you can get into a lot of places if you own a white truck, a hard hat, and a high visibility jacket. There's a top tip for you if you like stealing shit. I get taxed roughly 25% each weekly paycheck. You race Crown Vics in a circle. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I'll come race Crown Vics in a circle. Maybe I'll work really hard and get a Mercury Marauder instead. Then I'll be balling out of control. I like how that scuba race wasn't even that difficult. I just made it look far more difficult than it was. Which is typical me. I've got a badge in chat. That badge is sexy as hell. You're not a 15th century Catholic. Be touched by Catholic. Listen, you don't know. I might be a 15th century Catholic. You'll need a mullet. I can sort of grow a mullet. I could, like, you know, shave the sides off to, like, I could shave the sides off to make it look more like I'm growing a mullet, if that helps. -1 outside. My poor Civic is frozen. And has been for several days, because I genuinely haven't driven it since, like... When did I go out? Saturday, I think? Oh, dude, look at all these active tops. About to decimate the active tops. Every cent counts. In that line from, like... Fucking, like, Scarface, The World Is Ours, or whatever that game was called. Fucking saucer. Very faintly in the background, you can hear the, God, what was that band called? They were in Burnout as well. God, why can't I remember what they were called now? I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Good night, Vix. Take care, buddy. Sorry we couldn't find a 787B in time for you to go to bed. Why can I not remember what this band's called? Fuck me. Like I said, they had a song in Burnout 3 that talked about piss, but obviously they cut that out of the actual thing. Hey, it's midnight, you know what that means? It is officially my birthday. Happy birthday, me. If you'd like to wish me a happy birthday, you can do so with the donation button. Or become a member. Whatever you like. Only have to do it for January, I swear. Although if you accidentally, you know, pay for more, then I'm not going to complain. If you accidentally leave that subscription running, it ain't my fault. But yeah, happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, dear me. Happy birthday to me. I'll blow out some candles. I don't know what I want. Polsky Fit 126. Become a channel member for my birthday, yes. Do it for one day, cancel today, and then, yeah. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, everybody in chat. Much appreciated. Wasn't planning to be here on my birthday. I was planning for this stream to be done by like 11 o'clock, but here we are. Midnight. My spine can't take too much for. Oh my god! Thank you, Ender, for the 20 euros, man. You really don't have to do that. I am. Jesus Christ! I'm getting paid tonight. Fuck yeah! I really need to fill out my tax information, otherwise I ain't getting any of that. But thank you so much, Ender. Much appreciated, man. God, I am lucky. We're making bank tonight, boys. We're also winning the Copen race. Let's fucking go. Hopefully there's a midget in the used car dealer now. I can buy that with my newly acquired funds. Do you know what, actually, that's it. Oh my god, I can set a goal. I'm not going to do that, obviously. That would be... 10 super chats. Make Super Chats more fun with a goal. I could do that, actually. I might do that next stream. Just, like, set a goal for the stream and, like, see if it actually encourages people to send Super Chats. That sounds really scummy. But I could do that. Oh, yes. That is what I want. I should have used that for the homologation race. Mind you, that would have been too OP. Yeah. Sirion. Is there a midget? Been updated. There's an Evo 4. Midget. Fuck's sake. The one time you want a midget and they won't sell you a fucking midget. They will sell me a pristine Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 7 with the automatic gearbox, which interestingly enough had the Evo 8 red lights before the Evo 8 did. I can buy a motherfucking Prius. Look at the colour on that thing. That's a fucking beauty right there. Sound like the God, what is that guy from GTA? That's a beauty right there. Oh yeah, there's a fucking... Hold on, let me... I won't reenact the day that I went inside. There is a video on my second channel if you want to find out how I reacted to the Evo 5. Yeah, thanks Adam. Cheers buddy. Much appreciated, yeah. To be honest with you, I don't usually like publicly say it because it doesn't really matter. Everyone has a birthday, who cares? But yeah, I was on stream, so fuck it. And it got me a super chat, so evidently I should do it more often. No, I'm joking. Oh fucking hell! Right. What do I want to do now? I can't buy a midget, which sort of ruins those plans. I've definitely done all the Honda races. I did the Isuzu races. I swear I did all the Mazda races. I didn't do the NRA Roadster Cup because I didn't want to buy a MX-5, we'll be honest. I did do all of those. I don't even know how I'm only 37% of the way through the game. I swear I've done like loads of events. I have actually got a cube for that, but I can't be bothered to do it. I've also got a 350Z for that Club Z event, actually. I just think that event's going to be really boring, so that's why I haven't done it yet. Subaru. Suzuki. Ah. Could do a couple of them. Buy that for 35 grand, or I can use this. What terrible colour should I go for? Kind of in Cypress blue. It's like Cypress Hill, but with a Suzuki NR Wagon Sport. 1,000 flaps of the fucking... Yeah, cool. Good meme. A-Spec. What was on the screen when you said A-Spec? I actually don't know. I swear, I actually don't know. I was looking at Priuses. Listen, man. I get really into looking at Priuses sometimes. That's all I can say. But, Jesus. Getting old. I remember always being confused by this car as a kid because someone I knew had a Suzuki Wagon R Plus, and it was an 03, I think, and I was like looking at this 04 one, and I was like, listen, this ain't a Suzuki Wagon. What are you talking about? And then it turns out there's like the Suzuki Wagon R's that were built in Hungary. Holy crap! Why is this Why is second gear so long? How many gears does this have? 4. Of course it does. That makes sense. But no, it turns out there's like the European Wagon R, which was also sold in Japan as the Wagon R Plus, and then there's the Suzuki Wagon R, which is different. The plight of the wardrobes in Hot Lap Classic, that one. We haven't used it yet, but look at that mighty thing. Fun fact: in GT2. It is the version of the Wagon R in GT2 has the 1 door on the side and 2 doors on the other side. So it is the, the thing. Most wouldn't get off the line on a standing start. Yeah, they're not known for their. Mind you, I say that. Look at this. This one's got like a mesh grille. It's got fog lights. It's got. It's got like holes in the rear bumper, which means it's fast. Like, what more do you want? This is the Suzuki Wagon MR Wagon Sport. What does MR stand for? Don't know. Mildly rested. Mid racing. Mediocre racing. Mr. Wagon. It's the Mr. Wagon Sport. This is peak performance. For men only, like Yorkie bars back in the day. That is far too an English a reference for almost midnight, well, past midnight in the UK. So, go mate. Mitsuoka came to mind, yeah. Mitsuoka Racing Wagon Sport. No, this isn't the Wendy house. This is the greenhouse. Even though it's blue. Suzuki Wagon Blue House. I tried to set a corner far too quick. I don't know what's in last place, but it's really in last place, whatever that is. That is slow. Whatever that is slow. I don't know. What is it? What did I overtake first in this race? Does anyone remember? Wasn't it just like a... What was it? It's not like an Alto or something, is it? The Suzuki... Like, for the Suzuki Wagon R to be that far up the road, it's got to be something shite, surely. And I don't know how I'm 10 seconds ahead in the... Did I put sports softs on this, actually? I might have put sports softs on this. Now that I'm thinking out loud. I might be, like, saying how much of a Giga Chad I am when I'm really not. Oh, it's the Wendy house. When I drove my Wendy house, it was quite quick. We got it to beat the, whatever the other thing was. I think we beat like a Lancia Delta with the Wendy house. We used it for Ice Arena. It was pretty good. It was a good episode, that. Meh Racer. Yeah, there you go. Oh, my spine. I think we're going to do this. We're going to check for a midget. And then that's going to be it. Because my spine can't take much more of this. Or maybe if I just move close to the microphone, that might be better. That made too much sense. I still stick my head out slightly so I can speak directly into the microphone. If I was smart, I'd get like a microphone stand, but I'm not, so I don't. I also think if I got a microphone stand, I'd end up like knocking myself out with it, so that's why I don't do it. That's why I didn't get one for my birthday. Although maybe with the donations we've raked in, I'll look at it. Spotted the Alto. The Wendy house, you know. Lots of cappuccinos in this race. The cappuccinos are feisty. They're fighting with the Suzuki Wagon Birthday present at the door, hell yeah. Ah, I see. Thank you. Well, I assume that Discord notification's from you. I will check in a minute. See, I love it how the badging on the back of that is Suzuki Wagon R. And then just to make it clear that it's made its point, it says RR. Like, you've got to assume that's Suzuki taking the piss, right? Isn't R like a... Am I wrong? The Japanese can't pronounce R's, can they? Isn't that a thing? Or am I wrong? Isn't it waiting? Holy fuck, I can't believe this can do 80 miles an hour flat out. Yeah, they use... So, hold on. They've intentionally made... Let me get this straight. They've made a Suzuki Wagon R, but it actually, in Japanese, it translates to the Suzuki Wagon L. How many L's are you taking? I'm taking 3 L's in my Suzuki Wagon LLL. Dude, that's so many L's. The ultimate, the ISO of... Listen, he's about to make me some crazy money. We'll do a stream on... If I'm around tomorrow, we'll do a stream on that. That'll be our things. The IQ 3DS LL, yeah. Speed around the corner. Suzuki Cappuccino. I am dancing in some chinos. Cappuccino. Suzuki Cappuccino. It's about to take an L to the mid-long wagon. You can check it out, would love to. Yeah, it'll have to be tomorrow now because I am baked. But yeah, no, definitely we'll check it out. We'll do some bits with that. Listen, man. No, I very much appreciate the being the trusted Spec coverer of all. Here you go. This is what I was supposed to do earlier, but like that's how you actually do it. Correction, that's how you attempt to do it and get halfway there. Why is it so quick in a straight line? Why was I catching it so hard at one point? I'd keep getting buggered on Suzuka, of all tracks. I like Suzuka. I'm gonna adjust this chair. This is going to make a loud noise. Oh yeah, that's better. I can now fix it directly to my spine. I can beat that cappuccino. If I don't have him by the first lap, I'll re-roll. But yeah, no, definitely, we'll check that out. I'll produce some content on that. Listen. I'm going to produce some spicy content on Spec, I'll tell you that. Especially if I'm going to preview build all the fucking thing, I'll tell you that. Because the one thing I notice is, like, I'll produce, like, a couple of... I don't know. I always have so many regrets when it comes to Spec coverage. Like, realistically, I really should cover it more. I really should. I always get busy. That's the problem. It's like streaming. Like, I actually really enjoy streaming because I don't know, it's a chance to, you know, especially these days with like Hot Lap. I try and I don't know. I restrain myself quite a bit with that because it's at the end of the day, the way I look at it is, you know, obviously, whatever car you're driving, you drop some opinions on it and stuff, and you can sort of talk about the state of the game and whatever you want to. But, you know, I don't talk very frankly these days, and that's the cool thing with streaming, is I can just sort of say whatever I want, and who gives a fuck. It's also good because I get to actually get some like fan interaction, which is nice. So, I hate that word. Why did I say that word? Fuck you. Drive the Colt System GT7. Oh. There you go. That's a once in a lifetime offer, everybody. You want to get some A-Spec in before everyone else. That's how you do it. Punjabi Virus 720p. You want to drive some F1 cars and GC2? That's what you want to do. Like I say, we'll do a proper stream on it, and then we can sort of play around with that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'll check it out quickly before I go to bed. Just like load it up and make sure everything's okay. Because I remember, I had I don't know if you remember this. I had you sent me like a 1.2 ISO, and it was a little bit more updated than mine, but it was like completely broken. I don't know what was wrong with it, but there was like stuff that was like corrupted and shit. But it had like the C5 Corvette race mod, which my build didn't. Which was interesting. Yeah. And then, cause I lost all my A-Spec ISOs after that, which was a shame. I could have really scrolled up and just downloaded the other 1.2 one, but I don't know why I didn't do that, but yeah. I think I've still got my original, I think I've told you this before, I've still got like my original A-Spec test ISO from like September of 23, I think. Before like, I think that was like a couple of... When was that? That was just before the E30 M3 got added, I think. That's when my ISO cut off, because I remember it was quite funny, because like everyone else's preview build, everyone else's preview build was like a couple, I think it was like a week newer than mine. But that was, I was like, I'm exclusive, I was first. And my A-Spec video is still the biggest one on the mod, I think. It's me and dude, it was the guy you first gave it to, the guy who I first saw the mod for, that. The guy who had the Tacoma in his thumbnail, I can't remember what that guy was called. Him. And I swear someone else might have got it before me as well, but I think it's my video and then his. Although I think, ironically enough, and I suppose good for you, is your my A-Spec 1.2 video. No, not Random Car Guy. The other. God, what's he called? Is it like Toasted Mudkip or something like that? It's like two words I pull randomly out. Might be that guy. But yeah, no, Random Car Guy's build was slightly new. Random Car Guy's build, I didn't, just to clarify, because I already had the build, purely because I already had the build and I didn't really need to know much more. I didn't watch the videos, but I think Thunder and Random Car Guy's builds might have been the same build. And it was very slightly newer than the one I had. But yeah, no, the good thing for A-Spec is like A-Spec's still as popular as ever, because the first preview I did, I think, has literally just been surpassed by the 1.2 video the other week. I think the 1.2 preview video is now yeah, more viewed, which is good, because I do have to admit, every now and again I'll get a comment on that like really old A-Spec video from September, and I'm like literally just like, listen, this mod's already come out, and like there's like way more content than I had in mind. Like he's got a whole new soundtrack and shit. Yeah, I hope so. Oh, mate, you can see you're like me. You can see the title straight away. F1 cars in Gran Turismo 2? Exclamation mark, question mark. F1 Championship, A-Spec video. Fuck yeah. They're both at 40k. Yeah, I think they're both at 40k, but the 1.2 video is now above it, I think. If anything, when the new video comes out, it'll surpass that, probably. That might be my birthday treat to my... No, God, I don't know. We'll definitely stream it. Yeah, I'll probably spend tomorrow, like, playing around with it. And I'll sort of do a stream preview of... I think my plan is I will do a stream preview of it, and then we'll do a full video of it once I've got everything. The old video is still #1. It takes a while to catch up. I will get the exact numbers in a minute, because obviously it only shows like 40k. I can get the exact like figures. But yeah, that'll definitely be my treat to myself. I usually upload A-Spec on Sunday because I find Sunday's my biggest day, but I might just fucking drop it on Friday. Might drop it on Friday and then like drop another A-Spec on Sunday. Because to be fair, or I might do it on Saturday actually, because I think I don't know, I'll figure something out. I mean, I'll play it anyway, fucking hell. Let me play it and enjoy it first before I start like thinking about video content. But yeah, we'll do like a stream on it, and then I'll do a full tour of it, and then we'll do a couple of events and stuff. When's it come out? The 28th. I'll try and do at least like 3 or 4 videos on it before then, because it's good for you. At the end of the day, it's sort of, you know, obviously I very much appreciate, because it's, you know, obviously it's good for my channel to have that sort of content, because I mean, fucking hell, I mean, I find it crazy. Like, before the A-Spec videos, I was under 2k, and now I'm like literally on the verge of touching 3k. I think if I drop this video, it's going to throw us over 3k, which is insane. Like, if you look on Social Blade, I gained like 300 subs off that A-Spec video. It was nuts. I remember watching it grow, and I remember you telling me, and it was like I remember you was like, oh my god, this video is like doing really well, and I was like, you're fucking telling me, mate. I'm getting like 1,000 views a day on this shit. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, I remember I loaded that on a Sunday night. I uploaded that on a Sunday night. I think it had about 1,200 views before I went to sleep. And like, with the previous A-Spec video, I like woke up. Oh hey, I'm glad I didn't buy that. I woke up and it was on like, I think it was on like 2,000 views, the original preview video I did of it. And it was like, oh, that's cool. And then this video, I was sort of expecting it to do the same. Finally, midget. I was expecting this video to do the same, so I like went to bed and it was on like 2k or something. I woke up the next morning, it was on 10k, and I was like, oh my god. It was just like, boom. Fucking crazy, man. So, but no, it does me a service, but ultimately, like, I want to make sure you guys are getting your sort of like worth out of it, obviously. What? Is he replying to someone, or is he... Yeah, he's replying to someone. Cool. Sorry. Someone posted on one of the Hot Lap Classic comment section, already ran, and I was like, wait, what? Have I already done a car by accident? That should be physically impossible. But, no, you guys need to get, like, your worth out of it, so obviously, like, we cover it. But we'll do a couple of events and stuff. There's loads of stuff to cover with 1.2, to be fair. Do I need a code list, by the way, or is everything, like, at dealers where it's supposed to be? Are all, like, the prize cars and stuff allocated, or is it... Do I need a code list, just so I know? Do we just say... Do you know what, actually, the last couple of times I've done this, the car has needed upgrades, so I'm just gonna... Is there anything that isn't? Maybe you don't want to like say, and mind you, I would say don't want to say in the comment section, but you guys are pretty transparent with sort of what's done and what's not. I'm excited to try it out. I'm really excited to try it out. I would do it now, but it would probably take like 10 minutes to download, and like I say, it's getting late anyway. So I will probably take a shower after this, and then I will have a quick gander out of all of that, and then we can sort of prepare for what the plan is to go forward with it. But yeah, like I say, to be fair, like any of these sort of like A-Spec preview videos, is that if there's anything you want me to specifically cover, let me know, and I'll make a video for it. Like, if you specifically want, like, a video on, like, the Supercar Championship, like, let me know and I'll do that. You know, whatever you need. Because, again, like I say, more content's better for me. I think, what was it I did for 1.2? I did, the first couple of videos on it, and I think I did, like, a hot hatches of 1.2 or something. Do a video about cheating AI in all of the Gran Turismo franchise. Listen, there is a man for that sort of video, and his name is MattJ155. Now, if Matt J wants me to commentate over one of those videos, I absolutely will do, but Matt's the man for that sort of stuff. I'll tell you that. Matt is the man for that sort of stuff. He's yeah, he did cover A-Spec, actually. Do you know what? Like, I know this sounds bad. The one thing, I remember, I get his A-Spec video recommended to me a couple of times, and it's like, I think it's on like 20k, and I'm like, I have more, I don't know how, because Matt J's like the man. Like, I don't know. That's always been, like, kind of mental to me, is like, sort of being recognized by like RCG is kind of crazy to me, because it's like I literally watched you like 10 years ago when you was on about like finding the Prius race mod in the code of GT2. That shit's still mental to me. Who was I had another one as well, that the best A-Spec video as well, thank you. I have a pretty, like, you know, for me, I said this at the start of the stream, and it's still true now. I am very much, like, I played racing games for the cars. I want to know about the cars. That's the important bit to me. You know, racing's cool. To be honest with you, even, like, physics, whatever, I can sort of, like, live with. Like, yeah. It's all about the cars, and I think that's the thing I need to like cover the most, is the cars. I remember, God, that first A-Spec video where like I've gone a bit better with like obscure race cars and stuff like that. I remember like that first one, I was literally asking you and Jeracer on Discord, like, what is this? Like, what do I need to know about this? I think for the other 1.2 video, like I sort of got more of a hang of it, because I think that Renault. Like, I could now speak around, like, Renault 19 and touring cars and stuff like that. That M3 I probably need to read up on, but, like, a lot of that I can sort of do, where you just sort of, like, read Discord for, the more, like, non-obscure stuff, like, you just sort of, like, Google it on Wiki, and then you find. That obscure shit, though, like, you need, like, a Jeracer or, like, someone like you who knows sort of weird racing series. It's like, what is this? How did this do? Yeah. That's why I like A-Spec, though. I have this fear with, because of the way people are recommending stuff. Obviously, I know it's not, because Nooster's, like, the champ. But, like, when people recommend, like, when people recommend to Nooster, like, oh, put this car and put this car in, it's literally like cars from Gran Turismo 4. It's like, no, you don't understand. I don't want to drive cars that I could drive in Gran Turismo 4. I want to drive weird shit. Like, I give me the weird shit. I want to drive weird stuff. I want to drive the Renault 19 Brazilian touring car. You know, like, give me the weird shit. It's why I've literally never played it, but I did buy it purely on the concept that I love the idea of the game. Mercedes-Benz Racing. The game features nothing but Mercedes-Benz, but it features like every single engine that you could get in an midget cream. Midget cream. Oh god. Oh god. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? Listen, sometimes you need to rub your midget with midget cream, and it grows a fourth wheel. Midget cream. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Why is it called midget cream? What the fuck? But yeah, that's why I like A-Spec, because it's got weird shit. Can you tune? They sell you a Formula GC. They will sell you a Formula GC. I already have too many of them, but they will sell you one, apparently. That's a shit post if I've ever seen one. Midget cream. Who has events? I feel like I've done pretty much most of the Japanese event stuff. Domei. Drive the Domei in A-Spec. It's like this one, but it hasn't got a weird green line going down it for some reason. Although apparently the real car had that. Huh. I always thought that was a texture glitch in the emulator, I'm not gonna lie. I need to do Artetsu, right? Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Fucking hell. How long are these Suzuki events? I might just finish Suzuki off. I'm having a laugh, so fuck it. Suzuki Concept S2. Citroen DS rally cars. Nah, that's pretty long actually. Jesus. Alright. We're going to call it here, because I'm going to go play A-Spec 1.2. And if you want to play A-Spec 1.2, hit up computer and it'll sort you out. Just don't make a video before my video, because, you know, it's my birthday. You got to do what I say. Fucking hell, the ego on this guy. Anyways, thank you all very much for popping in and showing up, and a special thank you to Ender for the 20 euros. He said, go buy yourself some meal deals. Listen, I only eat Tesco meal deals, and that's going to go to good use. Badman True with the $20 says, wubba lubba dub dub. Badman True also becomes a member. Welcome to the SE tier. Rene the Bat, member for 8 months, SE, says, have you mentioned the Aston Martin Valkyrie? I did, I'm not a fan. Also, thank you to Ender for entering the SE membership. If you would like to become a member, you don't have to do it on stream. You can click the join button at any time, and I will welcome you with open arms, like Creed. But no, thank you guys very much for donating, and yeah, by the sounds of it, impromptu stream tomorrow or the day after, I guess. I'm going for Pizza Hut tomorrow because it's my birthday, but if I get back, then we'll do something. But yeah, no, we're gonna do some A-Spec, and it's gonna be good times. And then check me out when I'm gonna be doing a 1.2 preview. That's gonna be coming up. Probably at this rate Friday, and then we'll be covering that into next week as well, sort of running up into the launch window for A-Spec. So that's all good fun. We like some A-Spec on this channel. We love the A-Spec. So yeah, thank you all very much for showing up and for the birthday wishes and all for the rest of it, and I wish you all a good night. Thank you very much. Until next time, Farewell.